Okay, we should be live on YouTube now.
Okay, welcome to regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, July 12th, 2021. I'm just going to note we do have a number of staff members who will be presenting here today, and they'll be introduced as they move forward with the presentations. We begin this gathering by acknowledging the land on which we gather as the traditional territory of Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and it's within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people. And I would just like to extend a thank you, Amy Quetch, to the Niagara Native Center for hosting the 7-day fire that took place at the Niagara Native Center. I know a number of councillors stopped by. I had an opportunity to stop by. There was also a support rally that was held for the Indigenous community that started at Montebello Park and came over to City Hall as well as part of that Canada Day event. So as part of the land acknowledgement, I just want to thank the people in our community who rallied around the First Nations brothers and sisters here in St. Catharines and across Niagara for what has been a very challenging time. So I'm going to turn it over to the clerk for O Canada, and then we're going to start with the proceedings of the meeting.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, thank you very much. This morning, I just want to start with obviously the biggest news in our community right now. There was a fire at 30 Ontario Street, known as the former Welland Hotel. And I want to thank Chief McCormick, who is going to be bringing you an update from St. Catharines Fire, as well as our St. Catharines firefighters who have been fighting that fire since 5:30 this morning. And as in addition to the Thorold and Pelham units that were called in as part of mutual aid. I'd also like to thank the Niagara Regional Police for helping to secure the area. And we're still asking members of the public refrain from venturing over into that area, as it is still a site that is under significant community or emergency response. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chief, who's going to tell us some details about the fire and bring me more information that he's been able to get throughout the day. Chief McCormick.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. So as Mr. Mayor said, our crews responded this morning at 5:23 a.m. to a fire at 30 Ontario Street. When our initial crews arrived, there was significant fire already on the 3rd floor of the building. We responded and quickly upgraded the fire so that early on we had all 6 fire stations and all of our vehicles actively involved in fighting the fire, and it was done in a defensive manner. So basically all exterior firefighting for the safety and well-being of our firefighters, and to do our best to make sure the fire didn't spread beyond the original area of our building of origin. Shortly into the fire was recognized, we needed some assistance, and so we called for Thorold's aerial device, and Thorold sent that to us under mutual aid, and they also sent a pump crew in to man Station 4 so that we had some coverage for the rest of the city in the event something else transpired at the same time. Shortly after that, we upgraded again to bring in Pelham Fire Department, and they too responded with an aerial device so that we could put our master streams in full use. And we were flowing approximately 25,000 liters of water onto the scene. So we reached out to Public Works and we brought in a third party to make sure that we were properly containing the contaminated firefighter water, and made sure that that didn't go into the storm system, and we put it through the sanitary system. Currently, the Niagara Regional Police are involved with representatives from the Office of the Fire Marshal from their investigation division, and working with one of our fire inspectors to determine origin and cause of the fire. So we have a lot of resources on scene. We had Enbridge there and are currently on scene. They've been working throughout the afternoon trying to ensure that we've properly isolated gas in the neighborhood so that there aren't any threats to the public in that regard. As the mayor alluded to, there has been a significant amount of smoke generated from the fire, and it's been low-level smoke, and it's been migrating across the west end of the city, and it's staying fairly low as opposed to dissipating into the skies. That's the reason for the shelter in place. We anticipate that we'll be removing that shortly. Currently, as we speak, we have started working with a company in the fire marshal's office to start demolishing the building so that our firefighters can get at the deep-seated area of the fire. I anticipate we'll be there at least well into the evening fighting the hot spots, and probably into tomorrow morning, and I would expect that the investigation will take a couple of days to conclude. All the men and women of St. Catharines Fire Department, in addition to those that joined us from Thorold and Pelham, have done a fantastic job today. I can't say enough about the effort they've made. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief. And again, pass on our thanks on behalf of council for all the work that the firefighters have done since early this morning. I know they'll be on the scene for a number of hours still yet, but the fact that they've contained the fire, and in addition to that, we've managed so far no injuries. The safety of our firefighters are first and foremost, and want to make sure that they're being protected. So great job all around from yourself all the way down. It is a historic building in our community. It's been around since 1850, the mid 1850s. It is a long, rich history in our community. The Welland Hotel has been an internationally recognized hotel back in its day. It was a site where the freedom seekers who were coming up here as part of the Underground Railroad would find work, and also a place to gather. It was the first site of the Girl Guides of Canada. The first meeting of Girl Guides of Canada was held at the Welland Hotel. In addition to that, it was the founding location of the St. Catharines Downtown Rotary, as well as a number of other really interesting historical facts that have been woven through the hotel and the building that has unfortunately coming down. It's a tough day for our community in terms of the history and culture of what that stood for. Focus right now is really on the fire, but once we get through that, we'll be looking at ways to try and ensure that the history that it stood for is going to be preserved and protected moving forward. But a tough day for the history of our city. And last week, the provincial government announced the opening of moving into stage 3. That'll start on Friday, July 16th. And again, it's a validation of all the hard work of our community in terms of the residents, the frontline workers getting vaccinated. That means that there will be opportunities for outdoor gatherings of up to 100, indoor gatherings and dining with limited capacity. Gyms, fitness studios can reopen, personal care, retail can reopen with expanded capacity. Museums, galleries, cultural landmarks can reopen 50% capacity. So you're really seeing the reopening of our community. The numbers in our community are very low right now, which is great to see. Our vaccination rates are going up daily. And just a reminder to people that, encouraging to still, if you haven't got your vaccination, please go and get it. You can do walk-ups at the Seymour Hanna 2 to 4 p.m. from the pharmacies to the Seymour Hanna complex run by Niagara Health to public health. They've all done an outstanding job getting as many vaccinations into the arms as people as possible. For information about our city facilities, I'll turn that over to CIO Oakes when it comes to our COVID update. Just a reminder that over 500,000 vaccinations have been administered in Niagara. So 500,000 people have gotten either the first and or second dose. That's amazing stats, and that's something we should all be proud of. Also on Friday, I was able to welcome Minister Ahmad Hussein to St. Catharines. He is the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and he was in St. Catharines to announce a regional investment of 10.5 million for new rapid housing project in Niagara. That means that there will be an ability to create 41 new units within Niagara for those most at need for housing in our community over the next 12 months. I want to say thank you to Minister Hussein and our local MPs, Chris Biddle and Vance Badaway, for this announcement and for being a voice for the city of St. Catharines and the Niagara region in Ottawa. I will say participating in a call with Minister Hussein after rapid housing announcements previously, Niagara was left out of those two announcements. It shows you the hard work that MP Biddle and MP Badaway have done for our community to get those funds. It's not saying that that 41 units will be in St. Catharines. It's a regional announcement. And I was there on behalf of Niagara Regional Housing, as I am the chair of Niagara Regional Housing. And so I just want to again say thank you for the opportunity there. Emancipation Day is coming up, and I just want to point out that Emancipation Day is the civic long weekend here in August. And St. Catharines is a long and proud Black history, and I'm very proud that community leaders are stepping up again for this year's Emancipation Day. Matter of Black, in coordination with the staff of the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, are putting together a great weekend, long weekend program for the end of the month. Jada from Matter of Black will once again be doing a social takeover of my mayor's accounts, and we will continue to get together virtually. There are many ways to learn about St. Catharines' rich Black history and leaders who fought for equal rights and freedoms for all. And we're looking forward to next year's big event at Lakeside Park. So with this, I'm going to turn it back over to the Chief of Fire, Chief McCormick. He's going to talk just briefly about 911 emergency dispatch consolidation. Last week at Regional Council, we voted unanimously to approve the next step forward in creating a 911 dispatch consolidation, which includes fire, EMS, and police. Long overdue. And I just want to say Chief McCormick has taken a leadership role around the fire table, making this become a reality. So I want to pass it over to him for some brief comments on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. So this afternoon, you all should have received a memo with regards to the regional council on Thursday, July the 8th, approving and directing staff to proceed further with a fulsome investigation into a consolidated dispatch model. And what this means is that currently, there's 4 separate dispatch services in the regions. Niagara Falls Fire dispatches for fire to Niagara Falls. In St. Catharines, we dispatch for our department 8 additional Niagara Regional Fire Departments and 2 non-regional fire departments. And then Niagara Regional Police and Niagara EMS both have their own dispatch centers. So we are looking at combining the dispatch centers to make it a consolidated approach. And we feel that although this has been looked at for a number of years and goes back to an IBI study from years ago that recommended this when the time was right, we feel the time is right now because all our municipalities our services are having to move to next generation 911. And just recently they changed the date on that back to 2024. But we think that this is the right move to make. It's in the best interest of, we feel, the responder safety. We feel it's in the best interest of public safety, but we also feel it's in the best interest of reducing the number of dispatch centers so that we don't have 4 dispatch centers spending a significant amount of money to move to the next generation 911. So I'd like to thank the mayor because he has also been a big support of moving forward in this direction. And so our goal is to have a final report to regional council so that they can make a decision by the end of this year, because it's important to the city of St. Catharines because, as I said, the dispatch services that we provide, our contracts expire at the end of 2022. So we want to be in a position to know which way we're going forward. So it does have a significant impact on how we do our business here at St. Catharines Fire. And ultimately, we'll have to go back to council for a decision moving forward.
Hey, thanks,
Thank you,
Chief.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. And just it's interesting to point out that the fact that we had two other fire departments at the fire today, when we talk about the importance of next gen 911 and being on the same channels, if you're in a situation, and this is the chief pointed this out at regional council, when we was asked about the importance of having this kind of system in place, is that when three departments are showing up at the scene at the same time, you want to be able to make sure that the firefighters are talking on the same channels. And it's critically important that if they don't have the capability to be on the same channels, that's where you break down on the chain of command. And so this is a very important lesson that I was able to learn last Thursday, but it plays out today when you see how you got three different fire departments that are coming together on a major scene. You need that instant communication to be occurring as they're arriving, and then when they arrive on location as well between the firefighters. So I just wanted to point that out, Chief, because that was a great point that you made last week. Okay, so that is it for the mayor's report.
Mr. Mayor, I see Councillor Garcia's got a question. I'm not sure whether.
So I'm not going to allow a lot of questions. Councillor Garcia, if you could just ask what it's about, because this is a.
I just wanted to ask the chief a question as to whether he will be providing to council the financial implications of the 911 consolidation.
And Chief, over to you, because I think you just said that you're coming back to council with a.
Yeah, so when we go back to regional council with a recommendation, then I'll have to bring a report back to our municipal council to make a decision as to how we proceed moving forward. So we'll have all those financials in place at that time, council.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because I know that we collect fees from the other municipalities we do this for. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
yep.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt you one more time, if you're okay with it, I'd like to leave the council meeting and get back to the fire scene at 30 Ontario Street.
Yep, please do.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Take care. Okay, looking over to the clerk, who is back in her seat. Welcome back to our city clerk, and to go over the adoption of the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The following items have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder: a memorandum from Director of Engineering, Facilities and Environmental Services regarding construction access and temporary disruption to Merritt Trail. Memorandum from Manager, Accounting and Payroll, redevelopment charges, background study, public engagement results. Additional correspondence from Bruce Hall, council agenda item 7.1, which is the 2021 development charges background study, and a memorandum from Fire Chief, consolidation of Niagara Emergency 911 communication services. The following amendment has been made to this evening's agenda as well. It's a procedural amendment. Item 7.1 on the council agenda should have been listed as a public meeting under the Development Charges Act rather than a public meeting under the Planning Act and Public Notice Bylaw. And that's my changes for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda?
Yeah, I lifted item 2.1 from consent for discussion.
Okay, 2.1 has been lifted. Thank you, Councillor Miller. And seeing no other further changes, I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Williamson, Deputy Mayor Williamson, and Councillor Siscoe. All in favor? Show of hands. Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Conflicts of interest, Councillor Phillips, you got one to declare?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I forget what the number is. It's in regards to
2.4.1.
2.4.1. Took the word right out of my mouth, Mr. Mayor. Yes, declaring conflict because my son is employed by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission.
Thank you. And that was for a resolution from Fort Erie. That's just asking for approval. All right. Any other conflicts? Seeing none. Adoption of the minutes. We have a motion that the council adopt the minutes of the meeting of council held on Monday, June 28th, and also the general committee held on June 28th as well. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Garcia, second by Councillor Sorrento. Any changes or errors in the minutes to be noted? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Now we will now resolve in the general committee. The following items have been requested to remove from consent to discussion. So we have the one that Councillor Miller has brought forward. And I don't see any other lifting of consent items. So the council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items that are brought forward for discussion. And can I have Councillor Littleton, you want to move this? Seconded by Councillor Porter. Okay, I'll turn it to the clerk for a vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda is Financial Management Services, the Director, the BSC report, meeting of June 21, 2022. We have item 2.2. And I'm sorry, save and accept sub-item 10.2. Community Recreation and Culture Services Programs and Culture Services, St. Catharines Cultural Investment Program, Round 3. We have 2.4 Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. That's this evening's consent agenda. Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes,
Councillor Harris. I'm sorry, he's absent this evening. Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, now we have an in-camera item on the agenda, so we are going to go in camera. It is related to designation of 2830 Ontario Street, former Welland Hotel, under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Settlement of Conservation Review Board Appeal, and adoption of designation bylaw. And so, again, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the disclaimer. We will then go in camera and we'll have legal provide an update as well. So over to Bonnie.
By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
Okay, motion to go in camera. Yeah, Councillor Kushner, second by Councillor Phillips, all in favor? Okay, carried. We'll go over it in camera and have a discussion.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, Phil. Yep, your audio's good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we do have a public meeting that starts at 6 o'clock. And so I just want a couple things I want to do. A motion for staff direction coming out of the in camera. The council approved the staff recommendation contained in report PBS 114/2021 regarding designation of 2030 Ontario Street under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Settlement of Conservation Review Board Appeal and Adoption of Designation Bylaw. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Porter. And I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
yes,
Councillor Garcia,
yes,
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
yes,
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
yes,
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Thank you very much for PBS staff for putting together that extensive report on the heritage conservation of 2630 Welland, the Welland House on Ontario Street. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Siscoe as Chair of Budget Committee. He's just going to provide a brief update, and because council public meeting starts at 6, we're going to get through a couple of other items before we get to that. So, Councillor Siscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just from the Budget Committee, we have a number of items tonight that are on, it was 2.1 and now 3 point something. Just a few things that I wanted to draw attention to, and I know Council had an opportunity to look at this, and also the links were sent out for the video from the meeting, but we do have a report and a recommendation with respect to sponsorship ad revenue and the ad revenue generation strategy that I believe was actually asked for by Councillor Jenny Stevens at the time in 2017. So that's coming forward. There's a partnership between the region and the city, and they've partnered with a consultant. And the long and the short of it is there's an estimated $2 million in additional revenue that can be generated when this strategy is finally complete. And we're expecting that full strategy to come in the fourth quarter of this year. We got a report, and there is a report on the Parks Renewal Plan. And so there is additional funding that is being identified through the capital budget process for park renewal, with a commitment that we're going to get regular updates on the park renewal plan, and also that the socioeconomic factors and the needs of the different communities are taken into account when it comes to prioritization. And that's something that I believe you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Porter raised at the Budget Committee. Also that we identify partnerships that we can have with schools for their playground equipment and areas, as well as putting together a package in the hopes that maybe there will be federal or provincial programs coming forward that we may be able to apply for additional funding. There is a very significant backlog in the parks, and I know all members of council deal with concerns from residents and complaints from residents about that on a regular basis. So this renewal plan, I should give credit to the park staff and Mr. Christie. This renewal plan is a good plan to move us back to where we want to be with those parks. And then the other major thing that came forward, and that is a part of this, starting in 2023, we'll be reducing our SCIP grant, and the SCIP grant money that comes from the Civic Project Fund, and moving it over to the general levy, so that becomes a more stable pot of funding. And I know that's been a concern that I've raised, and other members of, I believe, still on council who were a part of the SCIP grant review a couple of years ago, identified that as a concern, that because the money was coming from the Civic Project Fund, that there was always the danger that it may be cut off if the Civic Project Fund was ever used up. So staff have put forward a plan to transfer that over starting in 2023, a drawdown from the Civic Project Fund to build up in the operating budget so that that money is guaranteed, and we can continue with the plans that were laid out a number of years ago. And with that in mind, we've also identified, starting in 2023 as well, how to start moving some of the more structural or operational items that are currently coming out of the Civic Project Fund and transferring them to the levy as well, which is, I think, a more financially prudent way to go forward. And in 2023 was identified as the start date, just because we don't know what COVID-19 is going to continue to do this year. And so we wanted to maintain some flexibility for council when we make our budgetary decisions with respect to 2022. But there's also a recognition that these things do need to happen so that we can be on solid and sustainable financial footing. And then finally, there's a policy with respect to filling the green reserve, the building improvement reserve, and the tax stabilization reserve when it comes to hydro dividends. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them, although I do know that item 2.1, the actual report has been pulled. So if you would prefer, Mr. Mayor, that we wait until we deal with that report, I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah, I just think we'll be starting September committee of the whole, I believe.
That's correct. Committee of the whole comes back in September, which was a motion of the council. And again, because of the difficult budget year, I think it's the right path forward for all of us. And the way we did it last year, I think worked very well. And a number of councillors who aren't on budget committee reached out and said that they liked that process, given the possible contentious nature. I think we pulled a lot of the contention out of it by doing it that way, though. So we will be returning to that in September.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair of the Budget Committee. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to 11.1, which is the motion that was moved to the beginning of this meeting. And that's the benches on Port Dalhousie Piers. And I'm going to turn it over to Director Christie to provide some introductory remarks. And then I'll go to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. And through you, Mr. Mayor. In 2017, PRCS at the time notified Mayor and Council of a plan to remove the memorial benches from the Port Dalhousie Piers and relocate them to several areas across the city. That work began in 2018 and is still happening today. The benches that were situated on the piers were ones that needed to be addressed on a regular basis. They needed to be removed over the winter so that the ice wouldn't damage them, and then they had to be replaced in the spring so that people could use them again. We always saw this as a multi-phase project. So phase one was to relocate the memorial benches. We contacted all of the families that were relevant to all of those memorial benches. We sought their feedback and we informed them of our plan to relocate the benches. And we also told them that we would be replacing the benches. We then renewed our memorial bench program to where it is today, which includes a definitive term that when a family purchases, for all intents and purposes, a memorial bench, they have the right to that bench and the naming to that bench for a maximum period of up to 10 years, after which we would give them the option of renewing and therefore renewing their financial commitment to the bench, or we would open it up to somebody else who may be interested in that. Therefore, our recommendation to council then was to remove all the memorial benches from the piers, as I said, and it was always the intent to reassess that at a later time. In fairness to all the infrastructure needs that we face as a city, we also saw the need to prioritize the city's budgetary needs, both capital and operational. And given the pressures that we face when we plan our budgets, unfortunately, we find ourselves in a position where we have no benches right now at the piers, and why you have the motion from Councillor Garcia. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that update. Councillor Garcia, do you want to introduce the motion and then we can move through?
Yes, I would like to read it, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So, whereas the federal government has invested over 26 million in rehabilitating the Port Dalhousie piers, and whereas community consultation in advance of the rehabilitation made it clear the residents wanted the piers to be restored to the way they were before they were closed for safety issues in 2015. And whereas before they were closed, there were numerous benches on both sides and only a limited number have been replaced due to concerns about damage from exposure at certain locations and resulting operational and replacement costs. Director Christie was addressing some of that. And whereas many of the benches that have not been replaced were memorial benches, and staff spoke to the families concerned and obtained their approval to relocate the benches in question, and whereas the benches now being installed are of man-made materials so that they're resistant to the weather, but benches have only been replaced in the south end in the area opposite the parking lot. Yet previously there were benches all along the piers. And whereas we strive for an accessible community and many residents and visitors, some of them with mobility concerns or limitations, come to walk the piers, and there are no benches at the end or halfway for resting and enjoying the view. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to install at least 4 benches at the end and 4 halfway on the west pier, and that the benches, which can cost as much as $3,500 each, be funded from the Civic Project Fund, and be it further resolved that staff be directed to develop a plan to address any bench needs on the East Pier. I think the motion is quite clear, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a couple of comments. I'm hoping that many of my colleagues on council may have had an opportunity to visit the pier since they were reopened. They are in excellent, wonderful shape. On July 7th, recently, CAO Oaks and myself did a final inspection of the piers with the 2 senior people from DFO who were responsible for the project. And I was there representing council, as I have been on the task force with DFO. So we walked the piers and looked at everything, the wiring, everything along the way. And I just want to emphasize it is a long way out there. It's approximately a full kilometer one way. So needless to say that if you're older or if you're impaired in any way, have a disability or other handicap, it is a very difficult situation to walk all the way out there and not have a place to rest either in between or at the end. And also we have this amazing facility, and it is so important that we are able to sit at the end and enjoy the view. And the last comment I would make is I was informed by DFO that in fact, including some of the oversight that they hired somebody to do, another engineering firm, the total cost they invested or amount they invested was close to 28 million. So let's hope that we can pass this. And my last comment would be that since Councillor Siscoe talked about the Civic Project Fund, to me, this is a perfect project in terms of matching what the Civic Project Fund is for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia's covered just about everything. I'm sure that other councils have heard from lots of people across the city, and there's definitely a demand for benches along the piers, both piers. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Christie, in terms of what benches or street furniture that we're looking at, I know that we're not going to want to damage the certain new surface of the concrete piers, and the old ones that we had attached and then put in, reattach and take in and out every year would puncture the surface. Are we looking at ones that are more permanent, or what style are we looking at? And is this something the accessibility committee or our accessibility coordinator at least needs to look at? And I guess that's my question. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor, and we would definitely seek the advice of our accessibility committee in terms of overall design of whatever bench replacements. If it's the will of council to do so, we will certainly take that step. We'll also consult with our colleagues in EFES in terms of location and installation considerations. I know that the motion says at the end of the pier and at the middle of the pier, but I do believe that their EFES would have requirements, for example, for certain distances for pass-through and for other types of access. So we would have those discussions with both the accessibility committee, EFES, and all other parties that may provide us additional comment and feedback.
Thank you for that. Would it provide then more clarity for us to leave this more open-ended, so that instead of us specifying at least 4 here and there, et cetera, that you have latitude to do what you think is best?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it really comes down to what council will approve in terms of a total budget to pursue this project. So If there is a finite amount to be used for this project, then that will determine the number of benches that we can procure.
Okay. And this is probably not a fair question to you, but I guess maybe there's a possibility we could explore, even though we don't want to have necessarily memorial benches. Maybe there could be corporate sponsorships or sponsorship of some kind. Maybe some people would want to remain, they wouldn't necessarily have to identify themselves, or others might be corporate sponsors who might want to put a stamp on a bench. Is that something that we could look at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend against that, Councillor, in that
Okay.
we have displaced and relocated memorial benches, and I would hate to have to go back to those families and let them know that their memorial benches have been replaced by corporate benches.
Yeah, good thought. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, just curious about the number here. Bit of a budget hawk myself. I'm just curious where we got this $3,500 from. Is that how much benches cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $3,500 number, Councillor, comes from what we currently spend on the actual benches that we get now throughout the other parts of the city. So we have different designs that we install in the different wards, and they're around that price range. So when asked about how much it would cost for individual benches, that's the number that I provide.
Okay. Well, just I guess maybe sort of following what Councillor Williamson just asked about in terms of why wouldn't we look at having family sponsorships on the new benches? I get maybe it's an awkward conversation with the families whose benches we move, but we have this opportunity with new benches. I'm sure there are families out there who might be interested.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure that there might be families out there and even corporations that might want to support this. What I would recommend to council is perhaps we pursue those opportunities elsewhere and not necessarily on the piers. And maybe if we can generate that type of revenue from our bench program at other locations throughout the city, it may offset the actual cost of installing these benches at the piers.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a prominent location. It would seem, I don't know. I would rather try to do that here with these particular benches, and that would get the cost down, just because, again, I think they'd be prominent as opposed to, maybe a park in the middle of the city that isn't as well attended. So I think we should explore that. Maybe that's a conversation for a different time, or maybe I need to make an amendment to this, but I'll look to maybe direction for the mayor on that one. But I'll ask one more question in the meantime. Just based on what you said, we would have put these back or put benches back, but for budget, right? In terms of what we'd like to see as a city in providing whatever we're, in the piers, we normally would have the benches. It was just a budget decision.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I need to make an amendment, but I think staff should be exploring naming them the new benches as well.
Okay, let's put that one. Let's put that one on the a list once we get to the motion, and we'll see if that's going to be a friendly or not. So keep that one on the list, Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my first question would be, so as Councillor Miller just said, the idea was the only thing that has changed here is the fact that there's no money for benches. That's why there's no benches on the piers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, Councillor.
So why then would we have not taken the benches off, stored them, and put the benches back on the pier? Because that is logical to my thinking.
So if I can jump in, maybe CAO Oaks can come on the screen as well. CAO Oaks, the reason why I asked for him is CAO Oaks was involved right from the beginning on the actual construction and repairs to the piers. And I'm just going to say this, it wasn't my understanding that it was a numbers game. It was also because of where the benches were located and the impact that they would have on a newly built concrete surface that you're then drilling into the surface. You're putting in anchors, and then every year you're removing it in the wintertime, then putting them back in again, taking them out, putting them back in again. The engineers looked at that and said, this actually is disruptive to the integrity of the surface of the surface space of the concrete piers. And I'll go to CA Oaks because he did have discussions with the DFO on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, one of the issues, and just for clarity, there are benches along the pier location. They just do not extend beyond essentially the water line past the beach zone on the west pier. So the challenge that we had, Director Christie had talked about the memorial benches and the relocation. And at the time, we weren't sure how long or what in fact the piers would look like post rehabilitation. And at that time, we weren't even sure what rehabilitation was going to look like, whether it was a walkable pier or rubble. So at that point, the discussion with the families to relocate the benches was made because it just didn't make sense to try to store them for an unknown period of time. So that discussion is why the decision was made to relocate the benches across the city. That took a lot of effort by staff and a lot of discussion with the families. So we don't want to disrupt that process and the discussion that had happened and moving forward. In terms of the location beyond that sort of that water line, the benches, because they were wood and they had a lot of issues in the winter, and we get some pretty significant storms and ice damage on the pier and water goes over. A wood type of bench that gets put in doesn't sustain or wouldn't withstand a winter season, so they would be removed every year. The challenge, what happens when you remove them, is the water gets into those holes and it compromises the pier itself. So at that point, the decision was made, once the new piers are established, wouldn't want to do something similar to that because it would just potentially cause some issues long term. As the team has done the analysis, there are options that of benches that may not have to be removed. All concrete type of scenarios. They may in fact be, just concrete slabs that people can sit on, which would have a more sort of long-term effect, and that's what's being discussed at this point. So those are the considerations that led to, one, not wanting to continue down the memorial bench naming as we move forward, and two, from the potential of compromising the newly constructed piers.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And my concern for putting benches then back on, aside from all the structural things that you've just talked about, because if someone just spent $28 million on a concrete structure and we're going to drill holes into it that could possibly compromise it, it could crumble. Water gets everywhere, as anyone who owns anything knows. And then we're going to have to pony up and fix the piers in a few years. That's not responsible. So what I'm wondering is, can we refer this then back to staff to kind of find that kind of an alternative? I'm not comfortable approving benches for $3,500 tonight. I'd rather look at these other alternatives that was just discussed that they would be there for a long time. I'm concerned about how the families are going to feel that after the works, Bob and Joe were told, we're going to move the bench that remembers your son. And then they're okay with that. And now new benches are going to come on the pier. I don't think this is a good idea. I think this should be referred back and look at these other options of these concretes or whatever and leave the benches. So I don't know if I can make a referral motion.
Yeah, you've already spoke to it, so
I can't. So.
Thank you for that. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Christie. Do you have a ballpark figure as to how many benches were previously installed on the pier?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there were 44 memorial benches.
44. So my concept is, it's a new pier. New benches should be installed, but what about the concept of installing permanently new benches but having multiple sponsorships on each bench? Is that something that we can do? I've seen it in other communities where it's multiple families who sponsor a bench. Is this something that we've done in the past?
Through you, Mayor, we have not done what you've just described, Councillor. I do I think that there may be opportunities for us to recognize perhaps those benches that were memorialized in the past, and maybe we can remember them in a different way, and then look at different ways to add new benches to the pier. But I would hate to undermine the effort and the process that we went through when some of those conversations with those families became emotional when we informed them that this was happening. And so now if we were to call them back and say, by the way, we'd like to introduce new benches to the pier and they're going to have new sponsors or new names on them, it would just, I think that we would lose some faith and trust in the community, and I wouldn't recommend that to council.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense, because I understand the direction as to why we should kind of move away from the memorial benches. That makes sense. Do the benches need to be removed every year? Are there benches that we could install that we wouldn't have to remove every winter? I mean, other municipalities have them. You look at Burlington on their small pier, they don't remove their benches every year. Why is it that our city does that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the old style benches had to be removed every year. A new style or a different style of bench that we have not installed in the past is just, as a CAO Oaks described, as just a concrete piece of furniture with a back, of course, with accessibility in mind in terms of design. And we believe that those types of street furnishings wouldn't have to be removed year after year, but we would need to consult with the manufacturer, the vendor, the designer, the architects, and all of those folks, all of those stakeholders that we'd like to make sure that we wouldn't have to remove them, and that they could withstand the elements that the West Pier faces every year.
So
there are options.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Christie, would it be fair to assume that benches that would be left out year round would possibly cost more than $3,500?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, we've priced out these concrete benches, and if they do meet the specs or the design of our colleagues in the EFES and also the Accessibility Committee, they are within the $3,500 price range as well.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment on the table, if it is friendly, through Councillor Garcia's, that we include the installation of 6 benches on each side, but with the fact that they are benches that are not removed yearly, that are permanently installed on the pier. Would that be a friendly amendment?
Look at to the mover.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that would be friendly, and that was our intention all along, that there would be man-made benches, man-made material benches that would not be removed. Certainly, if we can do 6, I would welcome the 6 each. That's for sure.
Okay, my reason I agree with Councillor Littleton with the concern of installing, removing, the damage it could cause on the pier. But if they are benches that we can install that are permanent and not be removed, then I would be more open to supporting something like this.
Absolutely, thank you. And I know Director Christie has been looking at all of this, because I've been talking to him all along. And
okay, Councillor, we got more questions. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, and just to my last point is, I think I agree with Director Christie in the sense that we should probably move away from the memorial benches, because we do run into issues where if they do need to be removed, then we have city staff calling families and having these emotional discussions. While I understand sponsorship and naming rights are an important aspect of covering the funds for this, it does create issues in the long run. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope council will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Porter.
I was hoping we could refer this to staff to come back. I don't love the idea of crowdsourcing ideas. I don't think we're quite there with the plan.
That's a referral back. What do you want to come back? What are you looking for?
I think there is direction here that some benches need to be reinstalled. But I want staff to come back with the type and the plan.
So the design of the benches, the
Yeah.
plan, and options for funding.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a report back, which I think will capture everything else that's been included. So you got a seconder for that?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Siscoe. There's no debate on this one. Sorry, Councillor. So in terms of, we've got a,
I would like a recorded vote, please.
okay, recorded vote on just a staff report.
No, on the referral. I don't, we've lost 2 weeks already and now we're gonna lose more time. Staff has done all the research on this. They're ready to go.
Okay, this is for a staff report.
Oh, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Can there be a time frame put on this?
Director Christie, when can this come back? We got
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know that we've got the aquatic strategy coming back next next meeting. We have a couple of other reports coming in next meeting. September.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's again non-debatable. We just have to vote on the referral to come back. Okay, to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Townsend,
No.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
No.
Councillor Miller,
No.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
No.
Councillor Garcia,
No.
Councillor Dodge,
No.
and Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And the nose carries it.
Okay, so-
No referral.
Okay. Councillor Porter, you had the floor. Anything further?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, do we, from my understanding with the Piers, there's been a $26 million investment for a pier that we have to take over as a city. Are we planning on, do we have a maintenance budget for the piers? How are we budgeting for this? These are some of the questions we have to ask if we do anything to change the design of the piers or add things to it. You know, it's going to be the city's responsibility to maintain, which is why I wanted a bit more of a plan to add things based on the discussion around water getting into holes in the piers. It's now the city's responsibility. It's our liability. And I think adding things to it is, we can't just pass this off to the federal government now. So do we have a plan so far?
Mr. Mayor, the discussion on the city taking over the disposal of the lands from the federal government to the city are still forthcoming. But when that decision is made, there was a reserve, sort of capital reserve fund that was incorporated and discussed back in 2015. And the decision at the time was to wait until the actual disposal discussion and the surplusing of the property came back to council. So at that time in 2015, staff had recommended a yearly capital reserve fund to help create a fund to deal with issues in the future. And however, at this point, that doesn't exist. In terms of general preventative maintenance and operations, our municipal work staff do deal with issues along the pier from a daily maintenance or weekly maintenance, cleaning and doing other aspects. And we do look at some of the other capital expenditures, but at this point, we do not have a specific amount because we haven't had that discussion with council yet. Still waiting on our discussions with the federal government.
Okay, thank you very much. And just for the record, I am in favor of adding some more benches to the pier for accessibility. We have major accessibility needs across the city. And so we just have to be aware of how much money we would invest in one particular leisure pier that's used by tourists when we do have lots and lots of accessibility needs that aren't being met across the city. It's always something to keep in mind. And also the future maintenance of the piers, which are our responsibility going forward at some point. And we currently don't have any money. So we have to be very thoughtful whenever we're making amendments to those piers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was from before. I have nothing further.
Okay, so we've had council go through this. Just in terms of the total amount coming from the Civic Project Fund, what would that total amount coming? So we have per unit, but we should probably include the total amount. So I'll look to, is it 42,000 roughly? Okay, so could we put that in there, 42,000 as the upper limit? Okay. Councillor Littleton, you've already spoken, so actually you only had, no, you actually spoke, so we're not going to speak for a second time right now.
It's like a logical question. I'm just wondering about the 6, like, are they actually going to fit? Like, is that if we vote for 6, I guess it's a point of order. Can it actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to approve 6 and it just got changed by Councillor Townsend. So where's the mathematics?
Point of order, we had 44 benches on the pier, 44. There's definitely going to be room for 6.
Okay, so we're not going to debate, but it's just in terms of location to the staff. So it won't be council deciding the location. So you're not going to have individual councillors who are going to tell you where to locate them. I just want to go back to staff. It'll be staff that are going to locate the benches.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so it'll be staff decision. It won't be council's decision as to how they're located, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So with that,
Mr. Mayor, can I add a clarification, please?
can it be brief? Because you keep jumping into the meeting.
I just wanted to share with council since I was on the task.
No, we don't. Can you just be really brief and not? What are you going to share?
Really brief. The fact that the divestiture of the piers to the city is contingent upon a mutually satisfactory agreement. So that hasn't happened, just so that everybody knows.
Okay, didn't really. Okay, thank you. So with that, I guess so it's out of the Civic Project Fund, and staff will be the ones to address the benches. There'll be no council input on that. Just making that crystal clear. Okay. Turn it over to the clerk for a call to question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Just from a communications perspective to CAO Oaks, in terms of these are not memorial benches. So just want the media to be made aware these are not memorial benches. These will look different than, we don't want people to be expected that they're going to see the same kind of benches that they see for their loved ones at other places. So again, to CAO Oaks, we've got to make sure the communications on this is that we're not reinstalling memorial benches.
Noted. Mr. Mayor, we'll also, as noted by Director Christie, be consulting with the Accessibility Committee as well.
Okay. So maybe get a memorandum when the look is decided. Maybe get a memorandum to council just to show council what staff has decided. It won't be a vote of council. It'll just be staff saying this is what we've decided to put there. Okay. That'd be helpful. Thank you very much, Councillor Garcia, for bringing this forward. We now have a planning decision or a planning discussion in front of us. We are going to move into, let's see if I can get to it. Go through that one. And okay, so we have, which planning one is this? I'm all over the page. I'm all over the page now.
Page 7. You're on page 7, the bottom of your script.
Declaration to all presenters. Yes. Okay. Yeah, actually, our council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the local need, the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions in into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in chambers. So we have a public meeting under the Development Charges Act. Notice of the adoption of the 2021 Development Charges Background Study has been published in accordance with the City of St. Catharines Notice Bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Gary Scanlon, Managing Director for Watson and Associates Economists Limited, will provide a background study. Members of the public were provided opportunities to submit written correspondence. As of today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public who wish to speak had to RSVP prior to 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, July 11th, in order to speak. One person has registered to speak. The public meeting will then be closed and the council will make a decision at a forthcoming meeting. We will now commence the public meeting, and we have Mr. Gary Scanlon coming on. There is a rather extensive video that most of councillors have also seen. So there will be a video presentation that'll be a bit lengthy, and then there will be a PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to ask the clerk if a councillor had to excuse themselves just for a brief minute to go get a glass of water or something, does that preclude them from making a decision?
Not under this act, no.
Okay,
just under the Planning Act.
If you need to do something, councillors, feel free. You're not obliged to be in your seat for the entirety of the video, and you can move around as you see wish. I'll turn it over to Mr. Scanlon, and Evan will take us through to the video as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're going to start with the video presentation, and then I'll start with the PowerPoint and go through the proposed charges.
Welcome to the City of St. Catharines Development Virtual Public Information Centre. The City is currently looking to introduce development charges, and as such has undertaken an in-depth study which is now available for public review and feedback before it is presented at a public meeting of council. In this 10-minute presentation, we will walk through the following information from the Development Charges Background Study. What are development charges and what is their purpose? How they are calculated, growth forecast summary and historic service standards, overview of draft local service policy, services, classes of service being considered for development charges, development fees, exemptions and grants, and next steps. Once you've finished this presentation, please take 5 minutes to complete the feedback survey at the bottom of this page. This feedback will be compiled in a report for council. What are development charges? When new homes or businesses are built, it is referred to as growth. Growth brings with it the need for new infrastructure, as well as the expansion of programs and services for the new population, such as expansions to roads, water services, parks, and recreation facilities. Development charges are a fee charged when a building permit is issued by the city. Growth costs are recovered through this fee to build new infrastructure that supports the growth and to avoid taxpayers paying for costs that serve growth. Development charges apply to new buildings, expanded buildings, and converted buildings, change of use, in a number of categories: residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial. What is the purpose of development charges? Development charges are based on the principle that growth should be paid for by itself, not by existing taxpayers through property taxes, water, and wastewater bills. The purpose of development charges is to recover the capital costs associated with residential and non-residential growth within a municipality. Development charges do not pay for operating costs or infrastructure renewal. These will continue to be funded through existing reserves, property taxes, and water and wastewater rates. St. Catharines is currently the only municipality in Niagara that does not have lower tier development charges. Overview of Draft Local Service Policy. Created in March 2021 as part of the Development Charges Background Study, the city's local service policy outlines what infrastructure developers are directly responsible for related to their specific development, and what infrastructure the city would be responsible for that benefits development throughout the city. The city's local service policy includes the requirements for services related to a highway, land acquisition for roads, waterworks, wastewater, land acquisition for water and wastewater works, stormworks and stormwater management, land acquisition for stormwater management facilities and erosion works, parkland development. How development charge rates are calculated. It is important to note that all municipalities in Ontario must follow the Development Charges Act, which outlines rules municipalities must follow for setting a development charge rate. The main focus of the development charge calculation is to recover the costs associated with additional infrastructure from the growth that requires the infrastructure. In simple terms, the rate is calculated as follows. The city does an in-depth study through the official plan, master plans, and the development charges background study into what increased services will be required to support projected growth. Capital projects are then identified to meet the increased service needs. Once the list of projects for the city is compiled, the total growth-related value is added up and then divided by the projected growth. Let's look at a simplistic example of how development charges are calculated. Say, as an example, we had 20 homes in St. Catharines. All the infrastructure and services required for those homes is already in place and supported through property taxes. A developer wants to build 10 new homes, which brings with it the need to expand services which result in new costs. For example, new water and sewer pipes, expanded roads, an additional sports field, and a recreation centre to service the neighbourhood. These new costs equal $100,000. To calculate the development charge rate, we would divide the $100,000 by the 10 new homes to arrive at a development charge rate of $10,000 per unit. In order to receive a building permit, the developer would pay a development charge per unit to cover their share of growth-related costs as a one-time fee. Once built, the operation and upkeep is paid for through property taxes. Growth Forecast Summary and Historic Service Standards. The growth forecast is used for the following reasons: to assist in calculating the maximum costs that can be included in the development charge calculations based on the average of services that the city has provided over the past 10 years. To help determine the share of costs that should be attributed to residential and non-residential development, and as the dividing factor to calculate the development charge rate. The growth forecast summary is outlined in this table. Presently, development charges are calculated based on 10-year servicing needs for parks and recreation, library, transit, and growth studies. 21-year servicing needs for services related to a highway, fire and public works. 21-year urban servicing needs for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Services, classes of service. The services, classes of service, being considered for development charges are citywide services, services relating to a highway, fire protection services, transit services, parks and recreation services, library services, urban services, stormwater services, wastewater services, and water services. Citywide classes of services, public works, for example, roads, park and recreation vehicles, sand and salt storage facilities, works yards, and more. Growth studies, for example, official plans, master plans, and the development charges study. Capital project costs. In light of forecasted growth, a list of capital projects and their costs has been compiled. As you can see in this table, this includes gross capital costs estimates of $200,136,200, with a total development charge recoverable cost of $58,594,716. Development rates. The proposed development charge rates for St. Catharines are as follows, and, as you can see from the table in this slide, are slightly less in rural areas. Residential. Single and semi-detached dwellings, $10,141 per unit. Other multiples, $7,439 per unit. Apartments, 2 bedrooms plus, $7,361 per unit. Apartments bachelor and 1 bedroom, $5,033 per unit. Special care / special dwelling units, $3,806 per unit. Non-residential, per square foot of gross floor area, $2.05. Per square meter, $22.01. Comparator rates. While the proposed development charge rates are what is required to fund the infrastructure identified to service growth, St. Catharines' rates would be the 3rd lowest amongst comparable cities for residential development. They would also be the 3rd lowest amongst industrial rates, as you can see from this slide. And, as you can see from this slide, the lowest rates for commercial development amongst comparable cities. Proposed grants. The proposed development charges include a number of grants, which are designed to incentivize the creation of affordable housing, brownfield remediation, expedite redevelopment, and encourage high-density housing in urban areas. The proposed grants include an industrial grant program, which would offset 100% of development charges for industrial use developments that can demonstrate the positive economic impact they will have in Niagara. An affordable housing development grant, which would provide 100% grant to offset development charge costs for affordable housing units. Any units that are not affordable within a development would be subject to development charges. And an urban growth centre grant, which would provide 100% grant to offset development charge costs for apartment buildings, apartment dwelling units, and long-term care units as defined under the city's zoning bylaw. Recommended policies. Under the recommended policies, St. Catharines development charges would include that demolition redevelopment credits would be available for 3 years from the date of demolition permit issuance and expire after 3 years. Brownfield redevelopment credits. Demolition credits would be extended by 5 years, expire 8 years from the demolition permit issuance. Transition policy for demolition credits. As a transitional measure, any demolition permit issued from January 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2021 shall be treated as if the demolition permit was issued on January 1st, 2022 for the purpose of determining a demolition credit under the development charges bylaw. The recommendation is an effective date for the bylaw of January 3, 2022. Exemptions. There are a number of exemptions that are required under the Development Charges Act, including municipalities and local boards, boards of education, enlargement of existing dwellings, the creation of up to 2 additional units in existing residential single detached dwellings, or 1 additional unit in any other type of residential dwelling, 1 ancillary unit in a new single, semi, or row, industrial expansion up to 50% of GFA, university funded by senior levels of government. The proposed St. Catharines development charges also include a discretionary exemption for agricultural buildings. Next steps. The recommendations made as part of the development charges background study will be presented to Council at a public meeting planned for July 12th, and Council consideration of the bylaw is currently planned for September 13th, 2021. Now it's time to have your say on the introduction of development charges. Please take 5 minutes to complete the survey at the bottom of this page. Should you wish to read further, you can access the full development charges background study, which includes a breakdown of development charge rates, grants, policies, exemptions, and local service policy via a link to the PDF on this web page.
All right, that's the presentation. The survey link in the meeting is today. So over to Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to very quickly go through my presentation. There's a lot of the elements in my presentation which have also been reflected in the video, and so not necessarily a need to repeat those. So I'll skip through relatively quick. Next slide, please. So as you can see, there's a number of items that will cross through. As I say, a number of them have already been touched upon, so I'll only add to the information that's been provided. Next slide. To be clear, the Development Charges Act have a mandatory process, and that being once we prepare a background study and it's made public, there's a minimum 60 days between when that report basically is made public and the first day that council can consider the bylaw. And in between that, we must have a mandatory public meeting, which as noted, we're doing this evening. Next slide. We've gone through the purposes of the development charges. There are eligible services. Not all services can be recovered under development charges. So there's 21 that have been set out. And basically they do recover for those services all of the cost elements that you would find in a normal project undertaken by the municipality. So if you're doing a building, you can buy the land, you can prepare the site, do the landscaping, put parking lots on it, do the buildings, furnishing equipment, all of that. So the only item that's not eligible within that is when we have parkland development, we cannot purchase land for parkland purposes because the province has deemed the contributions we get under the Planning Act are sufficient. But other than that, for all the eligible services, we can recoup all of the costs associated with undertaking that project. Next slide. With St. Catharines, historically, for many years, development charges were part of the funding of infrastructure for new growth. As you can see, the Development Charges Act was actually put into place in the 1989 with municipalities conforming by 1991. So you had development charge bylaws extending from 1991 to 2009. And you generally had historically some more area related charges. Since 2009, you haven't had charges, and obviously through this process, we're reconsidering whether charges will be imposed today. Next slide. This was a very similar graph that was, or schematic that was presented. Obviously, as growth occurs, there are additional costs for infrastructure that the municipality will face. Development charges are not mandatory, but if you do not collect the money through development charges to pay for growth-related works, then the existing taxpayer, residential, non-residential, the existing taxpayer ends up subsidizing growth by contributing all of the costs associated with that infrastructure. So this is a balance. This is for council to consider how much or what level of recovery they wish to incur. Next slide, please. The process we've embarked on is basically about 10 months. And by the time we adopt the final bylaw, it'll be about a year. You can see that we're now in the last phases of this process. We have had council workshops on several occasions just to answer any background questions the councillors may have, take a look at an understanding of the process and the legislation. We've also had a few task force meetings, which for the most part, there are some councillors that sit on it, but there's different segments of the community. Representatives have sat on that task force in order to, once again, receive the background, understand the projects that are being included, and to get a flavor on the policies that would be basically imposed. So it was a good discussion process, and those input that we received have helped us reach the proposed charges that we have today. Next slide. A very simple methodology. Actually, it's very complex. There's an extensive legislation, regulations, 150 OMB or LPAT decisions. So all of this feeds into what we do. But in simple language, we look at the amount, type, and location of growth. We look at the servicing needs, the infrastructure needs for that growth. The capital costs for those projects are identified. There's a number of deductions. We end up with a net cost, and we divide that between residential and non-residential benefit, and then divide that by the growth, and we come up with the charges. So that was the one graph where we talked about $200 million in capital costs that have been identified, and approximately $58 million is the amount on which we will base the development charge calculations. Next slide. And as noted, we end up through this process. For residential, we develop a charge on low, medium, and high density development. And non-residential is normally expressed on a cost per square foot. So if I have a 5,000 square foot building and I'm charging $1, then I'd pay $5,000. I have a 100,000 square foot building times $1 per DC, I'd pay $100,000. So fairly straightforward calculation. Next slide, please. The services we've gone through already. Generally, these are the most major services where we find the largest infrastructure. And those have been provided in the background study with the associated costs. Next slide. And here you can see the representative charges. This has been presented, but at a very high level. You can see the components on which make up the individual charges. The charges that are imposed across all of the city are referred to as municipal wide. And you can see that's basically your roads, your public works, transit, fire, parks and rec, library, and growth-related studies. The more localized, the urban services are your storm, water, and wastewater services. So in essence, the full cost recovery at the city's level is $10,141 for a single. And as the size of the unit reduces, so does the development charge. And you can see the non-residential is $2.05 per square foot, or for those metrically minded, $22.01 per cubic meter, per square meter. Next slide. There are a number of exemptions that have been recommended as well. As noted in the slide, there are some grant programs which the municipality will give equivalent to the development charges payable. So you can see on the agricultural side, farmhouse, farm help houses, and then greenhouses will be exempted from the DC. There are certain types of accessory use buildings, residential buildings that will be exempted. There will be grant programs as noted for industrial, affordable housing, and urban growth. And then the transitioning, if you knock down a building, you got 3 years to replace that building without having to pay a charge. And then we've got provisions for brownfields, which is basically 5 to 8 years to redevelop that site and then to pay the development charge. Next slide. The prior comparative table was looking at comparative municipalities similar size across Ontario. This table focuses just within Niagara. You can see that the charges, we've given you the upper tier, which is the regional charges, the local municipality, and then the education. So it's a full cost comparison. And this is based on your largest residential unit, a single or semi-detached. You can see that comparatively, St. Catharines is towards the bottom of these the other municipalities. You can see that something like Waynfleet, I just point out where it has a lower charge. Waynfleet does not have water and wastewater, so they have a lower regional charge, and also their charges don't contain a water or wastewater service. So you can see the St. Catharines full cost charge for a single, just over $30,000. The highest is in Lincoln, just under $54,000. In Camden, or for the rest of Lincoln, you're looking at almost $45,000. On the commercial side, next slide. You can see once again, St. Catharines is towards the bottom of the list. The highest charges on a per square foot basis are in Lincoln. So you're running at about almost $28 per square foot. And that's multiplied by the size of the building. You can see that in St. Catharines, it's just under $15, with really about $13 of that being for the regional services, only $2 per square foot for the cities. Lastly, we have the industrial. You can see the industrial charges once again place the municipality at the lower end of the scale. There are a couple that have zero charges. The region does have for industrial a grant program, and what's being considered through this process is a grant program for industrial as well at the city level. Next slide. So just to confirm, that video that you saw was from a website that the city set up. So there was a lot of information, including the background study, a couple of videos relating to development charges, and then information on the public meeting and a survey, so that as you've gone through reading all the information, the city staff were looking to receive feedback as part of this process to so that council could get a broader perspective on the public's perception of development charges. And on the next slide, you can see that there was 155 site visits, and 36 of those visitors looked at the survey, and 22 actually completed the survey. Most of the surveys were completed by residents of the city. Just going through, basically only one respondent felt that the existing tax base should pay for the infrastructure costs to allow growth to occur within the city. Next slide. So as noted, tonight's just a public meeting. This is for input for the public to understand what's being proposed and to receive any information. Council will not be considering the bylaw. The bylaw will be considered in mid-September. And so after that, with all the information we have at hand, council will be able to have an informed decision. Next slide. So, Mr. Mayor, that completes my presentation, myself, and we do have staff available as well. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a delegation that I'd like to bring to the floor. We have Mr. Bruce Hall, Principal Development Planning and the Planning Partnership, and he is the only delegation that is registered to speak tonight. Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay? I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this matter tonight. My name is Bruce Hall, and as you said, I'm a principal with the Planning Partnership. We are involved in land use planning and development in a large number of municipalities throughout Ontario, including several in Niagara region and the city of St. Catharines. I provided a letter to the clerk earlier today on this subject. And as mentioned, we understand and appreciate why the city is entertaining instituting a new development charge in order to properly fund city services. And we realize this is not done lightly, as the city of St. Catharines eliminated DCs about 12 years ago in order to be competitive and attract new investment. We also know through our work that the city strives to be seen as open for business to stimulate population employment growth, but reconciles this against the need to be fiscally responsible to current and future residents. That being said, we are here today to identify a couple concerns we have with the draft bylaw, but we would like to emphasize that the identified concerns do not represent a fundamental disagreement with the introduction of a new DC, but rather the way in which it deals with existing developments. I also recognize a lot of work has been done and put into this, and the authority of Watson and Associates and Mr. Scanlon and his colleagues in preparing that work. As I said, rather our concerns deal with the DC bylaw as proposed and how it deals with existing developments currently within or that will shortly be within the planning process. The DC Act, including changes under Bill 108, allow for some transitional provisions for development projects that are currently underway as to how the DCs are applied and when. This is for applications that were applied for following Bill 108, which effectively freezes DC rates for 2 years. The DC Act also enables a DC bylaw to provide for phasing in of DCs, which can also mitigate against a sudden or unexpected increase. The purpose intent of these transitional and phasing provisions would be to establish some sense of certainty. It's not the only purpose, but a sense of certainty for projects around costs and what they would be when DCs come due. This is important because at some point decisions on development are made on the basis and predicated on assumptions for project costs and selling prices, given what is known at the time. So one of the primary concerns relates to the treatment of development projects where applications were made prior to Bill 108, as there was no DC at the time, and no expectation of it being reinstituted. As such, there is flexibility afforded to projects that were applied for after proclamation of Bill 108 on January the 1st, 2020. However, for projects applied for before January the 1st, 2020, and that are still going through the planning approvals process for whatever reason, and development is complicated and can take a long time, there is no similar flexibility provided in terms of these transitions. We suggest a similar flexibility should be afforded to those projects started before January 1st, 2020, in terms of how and when DCs are determined and levied. This could mean that existing projects in the approvals process would not be subject to DCs provided they met the same performance criteria afforded to these other projects started after Bill 108. However, we can't just have this carry on in absolute terms, so some sort of grace or transition period, such as a 2-year window to achieve planning approvals and a building permit from the DC bylaw may be appropriate and fair and reasonable. The second concern that we identify relates to proposals for projects that have not yet been applied for, but have been in the works for a period of time. These projects are the ones that are in the midst of completing all of the significant studies and reports required by the province and the city in order to provide a complete application. This sometimes can take years and several $100,000. Again, many assumptions for project costs and selling prices are made early in the process, given what is known as at the time that would affect a project's financial viability. The DC Act enables municipalities through their DC bylaw to provide phasing in of DCs, which can also mitigate against sudden or increased increases. This might be similar to how the province or municipalities might phase in taxes, reassessments, or development charges increase themselves. The proposed DC bylaw does not establish any phasing provisions that is permitted and available under the Act at this time. And this is why we're making this presentation. We suggest that Council should give consideration to phasing in the full DC charge over time in order to mitigate the effect on projects in the early planning stages. We suggest a phase-in period of 3 years may be reasonable and mitigate the hit that the earliest of these projects might take, while still allowing the municipality to start increasing DCs over that period to build up to the full DC. This flexibility would support and balance the city's strategic goals around economic prosperity and growing a diverse and resilient community, which the city has outlined in their own strategic plan. This is my respectful submission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Thank you for your perspective on this. Greatly appreciated. Any questions of the delegate? So we do have some direction here, requests from the delegate that can be brought into the discussion when we talk to staff, but are there any questions of the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hall, for your presentation. And just want to make sure it has been submitted, that entire delegation that you've made has been submitted to the clerk as well as part of our package.
I submitted a letter, but I will also provide a copy of my notes this evening or tomorrow morning.
Thank you, very helpful. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, there's no more delegates that will be speaking. So we'll have a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Siscoe, Councillor Townsend, all in favor of closing the meeting. Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Littleton, who's going to make the recommendation report. And then we'll go from there in terms of, I'm going to lay out what's going to happen. In September 13th, this will come back to council for a final decision. So tonight, if you have questions of the presenter, that would be Mr. Scanlon, feel free to ask those questions. If you have other further detailed questions, you can send them to the through the CAO to the Director of Finance, which will be included in the September 13th final consideration of council. So I'll turn it over to the Chair of the Development Charges Task Force, Chair Littleton, who did an outstanding job as chair, and great work all around from the committee to get us to where we are today. And I believe it's going to be seconded by Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, I mean, the report is before you. There's been a lot of pages to the report. I mean, I know my colleagues read them all. As the mayor said, we're not adopting the bylaw tonight. Director Gate is here. She can answer all questions as well that you might have. I just wanted to thank the committee or those on the task force. Excuse me. We've had members of the community, as well as some councillors here, Councillor Garcia, Porter, Dodge, and myself. And so we've been meeting and going through all of this, and this is really good news, and I'm excited that we're moving to the next step as well. There's more work coming, but to get this work done is great.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton.
And sorry, and Councillor Siscoe as well. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, it looks like Councillor Garcia's got his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question to through you to Mr. Scanlon, if it's appropriate. I just wanted to ask him because he has such extensive experience, to comment on Mr. Hall's suggestion about a phased-in approach. Is this something that he has used in other areas, or we have not talked about that, obviously? Thank you.
Good question through you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, and especially when there are new bylaws, I think the development community or different segments of the development community reach out to request traditional opportunities. So yes, I've experienced that. It's not mandatory, but obviously because it's a new charge, council may consider giving an extension, whether it be an extension of a year. I think this one's a little longer than that, but that's something I think through staff, we can come back with a recommendation.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, but you have also had a number of situations, I assume, where new DC charges were instituted and there was no phased-in period. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's totally at the privilege of council. It's not mandatory. Some municipalities have, if they've gone through a year process, had a dialogue with the community, and you have been forthcoming to make a lot of information available. That's the knowledge has been out there. So at the end of the day, it's for you to consider whether a reasonable policy is to transition it, whether you make it effective January 1st this year or perhaps longer. So as I say, staff and ourselves will dialogue and be back to you. It's not unheard of, but it's not mandatory. So
thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Scanlon. I think I'm directing it correctly to him. As far as our development charges are concerned, in the rates that you showed us, we were pretty well at the bottom of the charges, the amount charged in each, compared to each of the municipalities, whether they be in the region or comparator municipalities. How did we determine what those rates were, and why aren't we more towards at least the middle?
Good question through you, Mr. Mayor. The different components of the charges and compared it to other municipalities, what you find is probably the water, wastewater, storm area is very small and can be undersized. And I think because you'll have
losing your audio, Mr. Scanlon. Your screen is frozen.
Sorry, let me turn the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is your video off? He's completely muted. No, probably going to try and come back in.
Why is it, Mr. Every time I ask a question, the speaker always ends up going blank on the screen, or the voice ends up. I think that's about the third time in the last 3 meetings that that's happened, but it doesn't happen to the other councillor.
Because you're asking the hard questions, Councillor.
I am back. Hopefully you can hear me. I'll keep my video off just in case.
Yep, we got you.
You're loud and clear now.
I think it's the water, the wastewater, and the storm, which is probably low in comparison to other municipalities.
Hey, Mr. Scanlon, if you can just, Mr. Scanlon, just get out of the Zoom meeting and come back in. Thank you.
Okay,
because you're breaking
I'll
up.
do that.
Thank you. All right. This happens every once in a while. Maybe if we had development charges, we'd be able to afford more bandwidth. There he is. And let's see if we got him back.
I'm back.
There you go. Okay. Now,
I apologize.
don't apologize. This happens with technology. It's all good. Just all right. Can you start off where you ended?
So yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. As I've noted, probably the third time, water, wastewater, and storm are normally large components of the development charge. And I think with yourself, there's intensification is going to probably have an impact on the existing infrastructure. So when 50 years ago, if the engineers sized the water main to accommodate a certain density of development, if we're now going to move into high density, you're going to find that the water mains are probably undersized to accommodate that growth. What we've provided in the background study is for master plans to be undertaken for water, wastewater, and storm. And they will help inform us on the state of the pipes in order to accommodate this intensification. So we would expect that 5 years from now, the bylaws are normally good for up to 5 years, that we would be in a position to come back and revisit the water and the wastewater charges.
Okay. Councillor Phillips, you good?
So that's the sole reason that our charges are much lower than everybody else's?
That's one of the, yes, the key drivers. As well, we've got transportation in there as well, transportation master plans. And so we'll be considering the impacts on the roads, on active transportation and transit. So those are normally the big ticket items. And as I say, we have further studies to be considered to see how the way that you're going to grow in the future will require infrastructure to assist it.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're not charging enough, that's all, because if you indicate that perhaps the water mains are not sufficient in size for future developments, to me, be allowed to charge more in order, because down in the future, in the next 3 to 5 years, those are going to have to be replaced with money from development charges that we may not have if we are at the lower end.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I respect that. And as I say, we need to have a little bit more engineering testing of the services and the different areas and see what, if any, infrastructure is needed to accommodate that additional growth. But
I think that needs to be done before we vote on this to approve it, because we need to have the final amount. That's for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I look at the city, I see a shortage of affordable housing, and at the same time, my perception may not be correct, but I perceive over-commercialization in the city, and yet the commercial rate is the lowest of all the comparable cities. So my question is, why not have a higher commercial rate, which would permit a lower charge for housing?
All right, is that a question that we can get for in advance of September 13th, or is that something that Mr. Scanlon wants to take on right now?
we can further investigate it, but normally when we go through the process, as I described, we look at each individual service and allocate a component between residential and non-residential. And it's through that assignment that we undertake the calculation for the non-residential. It's something we could probably take a look at and further explain for the councillor, and maybe we'll just take that opportunity and provide it. But generally, that's the reason when we do those allocations, the amount that's going to the commercial is just translates into a lower charge. There's a fair amount of square footage, and the cost associated with accommodating the growth is a certain amount. And if you work out the math, that's how we come up with the charge. But we can perhaps give a bit more detailed explanation for the councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further questions, again, this is a presentation by the consultant, the subject matter expert on this material. And we've got our motion in front of us. And so I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried unanimously.
Okay, so the public meeting is closed. Persons wishing to receive notice of council decisions should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. I want to give a special thanks to Adam Smith, who's in our finance department, who helped pull all this together along with staff from the planning team. And so to the task force as well. Looking forward to the final meeting on September 13th, but a lot of work has been done to date. So just want to say thank you on behalf of council. We now have a community recreation and cultural services aquatics facility strategy. And we have a presentation prior to any discussion. Presentation from Todd Smith, President, Principal Planner, and Anand Desai, Associate Planner, Monteith Brown, Planning Consultants. They'll be presenting to council, and council will be able to ask questions of the consultants. The report and the recommendation in the report will not be discussed this evening. The report will be tabled this evening, and discussion at council will be August 9th. So again, this is not a report for debate. It's for questions of the consultants, and then we'll be able to have that fulsome council discussion on August 9th. So with that, I'll look to ask the presenters to come forward and present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Council, for having us this evening. My name is Anand Desai. I'm an associate with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. Joining me today, but with their cameras off at the moment, are Todd Brown and of our firm, and Jamie Lopez of DEI. And so if I'll take the lead in terms of presentation and responding to any questions of council. Jamie or Todd may jump in if they have specific insights in response to a particular question. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the aquatic facilities strategy. It explores the need for swimming pools and splash pads in St. Catharines over the next 10 years. In addition to assessing the need for new aquatic facilities, it also looks at the ability of existing pools and splash pads to serve the needs of St. Catharines residents. The strategy builds on work carried out over the past 10 years by the city that has looked at the local aquatic system. Some of these studies have led to certain investments, such as the St. Catharines Kiwanis Aquatic Center, as well as the splash pads at Bogart Street Park and West Park. Next slide, please. Since 1948, the city's aquatics facilities have been an important destination where generations of St. Catharines residents have learned to swim, pursued their fitness goals, provided employment and leadership skills, and attracted economic investment in your community. Today, St. Catharines operates 1 indoor aquatic center, 3 outdoor pools, and 4 splash pads, while Brock University also operates an indoor aquatic center that offers some programming that is available to the general public. We are cognizant of the YMCA of Niagara's recent announcement to permanently close the Walker Family YMCA, which will leave a gap in aquatics programs available to certain residents of your city. Next slide, please. Aquatic facility conditions. So as relatively new facilities, the St. Catharines Kiwanis Aquatic Center and splash pads at Bogart Street Park and West Park are in excellent condition. They provide many modern amenities and are accessible for all persons with disabilities and others.
The city's 3 outdoor pools are between 45 and 75 years of age. Although investments have been made to keep them operational, their age makes it difficult to keep renewing them without having to spend considerable financial resources. Due to design practices of the past, the outdoor pools do not meet standards of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and all of the outdoor pools lack many of the modern amenities, such as heated pool water or family change rooms. Next slide, please. Planning future aquatic facilities needs to reflect how the city is growing and the types of residents that can be expected to use pools and splash pads. St. Catharines' population is projected to increase by 13,000 people over the next 10 years, with numbers of children, youth, and older adults forecasted to grow. Such populations can be expected to create demands for learn to swim, aquafit, and family swim programs, as well as just being places to cool down and have fun. In addition, St. Catharines pools and splash pads have historically provided affordable opportunities for all age groups, reinforcing their importance in your community. The city's distribution of aquatic facilities has resulted in a number of areas that may be considered as marginalized as having access to a pool or splash pad. Next slide, please. Indoor pools. So since its opening, the St. Catharines Aquatic Center has been a popular destination for residents and visitors. The number of swims that have taken place has been increasing, while a number of programs are at full capacity, and that has resulted in waiting lists for certain programs. St. Catharines has historically provided indoor pools at a lower rate per population than other Southern Ontario municipalities, largely because residents were able to access pools at Brock University and up until recently at the YMCA and through Ridley College. As the city's population has grown, pressures on all pools in St. Catharines have also increased. Not all residents are able to swim at Brock University, and the closure of the St. Catharines Y will compound pressures on the Kiwanis Aquatic Center, where it is already difficult to access certain aquatic programs due to strong demand from both residents and people that live elsewhere in Niagara region. Even if the city were to modify its programming at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center, it is unlikely to be able to meet the needs of residents that have been displaced from the Y's aquatic programs. A new indoor aquatic center would be deemed feasible if the city attains growth forecasts identified by the region, if there is continued evidence of unmet demand at the St. Catharines Aquatic Center, at least 2 outdoor pools were to be closed, and by co-locating a new indoor pool with other recreational components that are to be confirmed. Next slide, please. By contrast, the use of the outdoor pools has been lower than compared to historical levels. This is a result of modern indoor aquatic centers having been constructed, as well as competition from splash pads and the greater affordability of backyard pools. Attendance at St. Catharines outdoor pools is also influenced by the weather, their non-heated water, their limitations to persons with disabilities, and a short 8 to 9 week operating season during the summer. As a result, the outdoor pools provide a fraction of the swims that take place every year at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center. This being said, there are still residents that enjoy swimming outdoors in a controlled environment. With outdoor pools at the end of their life cycles, along with their design limitations, renewal of these facilities would require complete reconstruction. This could cost up to $16 million to rebuild the entire outdoor pool supply to a similar design specification. Next slide, please. So splash pads. St. Catharines was among the first municipalities to incorporate splash pads within its local park system. The splash pads have been proven to be popular, and the city's recent investments in splash pads have doubled its supply. Recognizing the popularity of splash pads, the Aquatics Facilities Strategy has identified the merit in providing each ward with at least 1 splash pad, and that is also consistent with the city's recreation facilities and programming master plan. Next slide, please. So a refined model for aquatic centers, aquatic services. With various considerations relating to population growth, aging infrastructure, and demand for aquatic programs in mind, the strategy proposes a refined model for aquatic services in St. Catharines. Under the new model, aquatic programs such as lessons, family swims, aquatic fitness, and aquatic sports would be directed to city pools, while summer cool down experiences would be addressed through splash pads. There are two scenarios that would achieve the refined model. The first is referred to as a balanced scenario that involves the city providing 2 indoor aquatic centers and 1 outdoor pool. The second scenario refocuses how the city provides swimming opportunities by directing swimming to the 2 indoor pools only. Both the balanced and refocused scenarios would also have splash pads in each ward for children to cool down in the summer. A third scenario represents the status quo and would result in no change to the aquatic services model. This means there would be no investment in new pools or splash pads. Next slide, please. So the balance scenario, which in the report is also referred to as implementation option number 1, should be selected if the City of St. Catharines wishes to continue providing opportunities for swimming within indoor and outdoor settings, including through a second indoor aquatic center. It allows approximately $15 million in capital and operating costs to be diverted from the outdoor pools in order to fund year-round programs in a new indoor aquatic center over the next 20 years. Next slide, please. The refocus scenario, or implementation option number 2, recognizes that St. Catharines residents have been gravitating away from outdoor pools and accordingly directs these resources to improve the financial viability of providing a new indoor aquatic center for access to a substantially higher number of year-round aquatics programs. This scenario would allow approximately $24 million in capital and operating costs to be diverted from the outdoor pools in order to fund the new indoor aquatic center over that same 20-year period. Next slide, please. The status quo scenario, also referred to as implementation option number 3, heavily relies on the existing tax base and user fees to pay for improvements, since facility renewal would not be eligible for growth-related funding should the city enact legislative tools such as the development charges that were just discussed a moment ago. This stands in contrast to the balanced and refocused scenarios through which a new indoor aquatic center could potentially be funded using development charges to meet future aquatic needs. So given the antiquated state of the 3 outdoor pools, the term status quo largely pertains to the service delivery model. In reality, the city would still expect to incur substantial costs of redevelopment if pursuing this scenario. Next slide, please. So a comparison between the implementation scenarios. The following table highlights the differences between each scenario. While the balanced scenario is the most expensive to build and operate, the city would essentially be adding 2 new pools that are designed to a high quality, modern, and accessible standard. By comparison, the status quo is the least expensive option, but still requires a multi-million-dollar outlay due to the need to reconstruct the pools. However, the status quo may continue to lead to underutilized pools due to limited amenities and space that may need to be converted to meet barrier-free accessibility standards. Next slide. So in terms of the implementation timeline, implementation over the next 10 years, or the study period, involves a number of decisions prior to constructing or rebuilding facilities. These decisions include which implementation scenario to proceed with, whether or not to invest in a new aquatic center, and whether to reinvest in the city's supply of outdoor pools. An update to the Recreation Facilities and Programming Master Plan will assist the city with some of these decisions, particularly as it would confirm population forecasts after the 2021 census is released, as well as analyzing the need for arenas, gymnasiums, fitness spaces, and any other amenities that may complement an indoor aquatic center. Next slide. So what we heard through consultations. So we'd just like to leave you with a brief summary of what we've heard throughout the planning process. What we will say is that the city's efforts resulted in at least 1,100 people being aware of the strategy as recorded through Engage STC. There were a number of opportunities for the public to participate in the process through surveys, written submissions, stakeholder feedback, opportunities for the advisory committees and the outdoor aquatic facility task force to provide comments, and for by and large a final commenting opportunity for this draft strategy when it was posted online. What we did hear from the consultations throughout was that there was support for a second aquatic center from the Rec Master Plan Advisory Committee and the Outdoor Aquatics Task Force, the aquatics stakeholders, and the general public. There are some residents that, again, as we mentioned, prefer to swim outdoors in the summer and have fond memories of the outdoor pools. And among those that reviewed the draft strategy, most support was identified for the balanced scenario, followed by the refocused scenario. A few individuals would like a new pool to be designed to attract competitions, sport competitions, and other events, develop local athletes, as well as potentially bring economic spin-offs. Next slide. So thank you for your time this evening. We believe that the aquatics facility strategy provides and presents an exciting new plan for the city to build on its strong legacy of investing in aquatic opportunities for St. Catharines residents. We look forward to any questions or comments of City Council. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Desai. Appreciate that. Councillor Williamson, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Desai. I note that at the top of your list of benefits of aquatic services is water safety and drowning prevention, and I applaud you for having that up there, and I gather that would be the overriding priority for aquatics programming.
I think there's, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of priorities, but you as St. Catharines, as a waterfront community, I think that is safe to say it elevates, towards the top of the list.
Thank you. And of course, the preventative health benefits, which are also important. Now, in terms of sort of the pecking order of aquatic infrastructure, indoor pools, outdoor pools, and then splash pads, in terms of the drowning prevention, to me, it would only seem that the pools offer the ability to do that, whereas splash pads are fairly limited more for cooling and for fun. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, and in your industry, is there like weightings in terms of the value of an indoor pool versus an outdoor pool versus a splash pad?
I wouldn't say there's necessarily weighting. It's driven by the experience that the city is trying to provide and the benefits that it's trying to seek through its aquatic system. And so again, there's benefits and challenges and constraints with each one of those types of facilities.
Right. Just a quick question in terms of the consultation and public outreach. It's when you got an overall strategy, sometimes individual decisions, like in my ward, when people hear that there's two of the scenarios would include the closing of the Port Dalhousie pool, that's when you're going to hear from people. How would you respond to that? And what do you do? How do you make sure that there is awareness of the ramifications of the overall strategy?
Right. So I think by having the draft strategy posted online and available for comment, the consultations leading up to the development of the strategy all provide us with the public perspective, and we're balancing that with what we believe your city needs and a fiscally pragmatic strategy to move your aquatic system forward. So certainly, we'll understand that there will be residents that support certain decisions and others that support different decisions.
Yes.
But ultimately, it's a strategy to move council forward, and it's part of the reason why we have tested the 3 different implementation scenarios in front of you and with the public.
Thank you. And I guess one of the fun parts about being a consultant is you sort of have moving targets. The announcement of the Walker Family YMCA closing happened late in your investigations. If we were somehow to keep that operational and perhaps even make it more accessible and more available to more people, would that negate the need for us to spend $20 million or so on a new aquatic facility?
I guess in some respects, it'd be like almost like buying a used car. I mean, you have to do your due diligence ultimately. As much as there's a capital cost of building a facility from scratch, there are benefits to doing that. But there could also be potential savings on a capital side if you're walking into an existing building. But we know that the Walker Family Y building is, I believe it's about a 30-year-old building. And so, again, due diligence would need to be.
Yeah, no, I wasn't necessarily. I'm looking more at some kind of a suitable partnership, which is kind of my next question. In other communities, I mean, what is a suitable partnership? Is it involve fee for service, or what kind of relationships do municipalities have with private providers or other YMCAs or other nonprofit organizations?
Yeah, it's through you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize, I haven't been addressing the council's comments through the mayor, but you're absolutely right when it comes to partnerships. Not all partnerships are the same. You as a municipality in entering any kind of partnership would need to be assured that the needs of St. Catharines residents are being advanced. And so, there's many different models, not only with YMCAs or Boys and Girls Clubs or even, private sector entities for different recreation facilities. It really would come down to the merits of the individual partnership. And really, it's tough to say, if one could be negotiated with the Y, just because we know that the Ys throughout Ontario have been pretty significantly impacted by the pandemic and even before the pandemic. So really that's a kind of a game time decision in terms of, what you're hoping to achieve and what the Y would be or any other partner.
Right. And then this strategy is subsidiary to the recreation facility programming master plan and the guiding principles in there. And there really are terrific guiding principles, which I guess would have guided your work as well to a certain extent.
That's right, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we were looking at a broad range of documents, whether the rec master plan, the city's corporate strategic plan, official plan. We're looking at a broad, your long range capital budgets. So we're looking at a broad range of factors to ensure alignment across the system.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go through all 10 of them, but partnerships is number 8, and sustainable investments is number 10. So I take it if we could avoid seeing a usable facility demolished and have to replace and go to the cost of and the greenhouse gases and carbon footprint and everything else that's involved in that would be a positive thing as well in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, sorry, is that, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's kind of a question, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're doing the cost benefit, right, between a partnership scenario with doing it comparison to a new build kind of scenario, a site selection kind of exercise. So absolutely, it's one of the options that you as council and staff, you would entertain with other options as they emerge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Desai. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Just again, a reminder to council that these are questions of the consultant in terms of not wanting to debate the options, which Councillor Williamson didn't do. I just want to remind that we need to focus on questions of the consultant, and then our decision making will be September 13th. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Desai, could I ask you to please put up the slide that shows the comparison of the capital costs of the 3 alternatives, please?
Sure, Mr. McGinty.
Thank you. So what I wanted to ask was, as Councillor Williamson said, we're going to have tremendous pushback, I believe, if we try to close our pool. I know, I don't know how the others would feel, but when you look at the status quo, the lower cost doesn't include, of course, an indoor facility. But number one, did you look at an alternative where you spend the money on upgrading the existing outdoor pools and adding a couple of splash pads if that's what's needed to make it one in each ward, because their cost is not that high. And it seems to me, in addition, that will still be significantly lower than the others. And as Councillor Williamson mentioned, there is also a possibility of a partnership with a Y that would provide some, satisfy some of the need for indoor facilities.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the three scenarios that we have provided here really are intended to achieve that refined aquatic service model that we had talked about, whereby the swimming is directed to pools and the cool downs are directed to the splash pads. And so the fact that that status quo option, again, is probably I guess, has the lowest capital impact of the three scenarios, one also must bear in mind that it also would result in no aquatic capacity being added to your system. And your aquatic system is under pressure right now. That's especially on the indoor side. So, I suppose that the council certainly could endorse a status quo option and continue to build splash pads, but there is a cost associated with that. And so again, the scenarios that we are providing here today are intended to attain that refined aquatic services model, but also recognize that financial resources are finite, and providing our perspective in that respect.
Thank you for that. And obviously, my concern, as you have mentioned before several times, the specifically learning how to swim. And obviously you can't learn how to swim in a splash pad. If we had a couple of central indoor facilities, that makes them less accessible than if you have them throughout the city. But what is the lifespan of a new upgraded pool? Like if you took these three pools and did the upgrading and making them accessible as required and whatever else has to be done for the capital cost, what lifespan would they have after that? Are we talking 10, 15, 20 years?
So for an outdoor pool, its life cycle would be a little bit less than an indoor pool, largely because it's exposed to the elements. But typically what we see in southwestern Ontario in our climate, an outdoor pool between 30 and 40 years, and a little bit longer for an indoor pool. So if that provides any indication to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller, you're up.
Thanks for the information and your presentation. Just a question through you. I know when we talk about like our splash pads are fairly built up in terms of the amenities there and the infrastructure there, but I know, like I was just in Ottawa and I noticed, they have a lot of these splash pads that are really not much infrastructure at all. They're just really just water shoots out of the ground. Do we look at different options in terms of when we're budgeting for building something like the splash pad?
So really the cost assumptions that we've provided through you, Mr. Mayor, through our report is kindly based on your existing design spec. So certainly a splash pad can be many different things. It could be many different sizes with a number of different components. They're very customizable. So one could look at a different type of template moving forward. Currently, your splash pads are serving a fairly localized level of amenity. They might not necessarily all draw from a citywide catchment. So absolutely. I mean, as staff move this forward, we're talking more about the number of facilities, but certainly moving forward, the designs can be explored.
Okay. No, thanks. Yeah, I think that makes sense, and especially it'd be great to have a splash pad in every ward, but it might be better to have 3 smaller pads in a ward, for example, rather than the large pads we know now. But again, thanks for the information. It gives us a lot to talk about, I'm sure, in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Just a fun fact, how many splash pads does Ottawa have? Mr. Desai?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can think of a really nice one down by Lansdowne Park, but
136 splash pads.
136. Wow. Yeah, well, and it speaks to the councillor's point too. I mean, some municipalities will build the city-wide or community-wide catchments that have, all the dumping buckets and whatnot, whereas others will service their splash pads more on a neighborhood basis. And so it might just be one little pole that mists, or shoots things out of the ground. So again, very different philosophies depending on what you're trying to attain.
I love the shoots things out of the ground. I hope it's just water.
Just water.
Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Desai, for your presentation. I reviewed it with my children because my family spends a lot of time in all of the public pools. So I'm not sure if other councillors do, but we were in Port Dalhousie last week and my children were in the Port Dalhousie pool again today. And we also went to Thorold's pool, and they have a newer pool that's accessible. The water's warmer, it has a slide. So when you were, when we looked at the different options, and they do like going to, on their bikes to different pools, but we live in the downtown and we have to travel over a 400 series highway to get to any pool in the city, whether it's indoor or outdoor. So they seem sad about closing some pools, but when I described the idea of having a pool like the Thorold pool, or dare I say, the Aquatic Center in Kingston, their eyes lit up. So when you talk about this new outdoor pool, are we talking like a bit of a fancy destination pool that might have a slide and some other things? Because I think my kids would probably say, close all those pools. I want this thing, because they very much enjoy going to pools like that.
So through the balance, through you, Mr. Mayor, through the balance scenario, yes. I mean, I don't know that I'd use the word destination pool necessarily, but I think it's an added level of amenity, for example. And so, instead of a single rectangular tank, it may have, an additional tank associated with it that's more for leisure kind of water activities, and there could be spray or splash elements directly in that. So, again, these could be things that are marketed for residents of your entire city. It could be marketed to the people beyond your borders. But really what we see it is as kind of really not replacing a standard 25-meter 6-lane pool with a single diving board. But just as you said, Thorold has employed a fairly unique design. Kingston has as well. And so we could foresee a greater level of amenity in St. Catharines through a revitalized Lion Dunk school pool.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Littleton, you're up.
Thank you. And thank you to the Mr. Desai. Your presentation was excellent, and so is the report. The report is full of so much information, and I just want to commend you on that. I like numbers, and so I wanted to ask, when we're talking about the population, because I think that's where part of this crux is that we are under asset. I don't even know what to say. We don't have enough right now for our population. The demand is high. I know myself, when my kids were learning to swim, this was before we even had the online system. You had to go and line up, and when it would come on, so that you could, when it would open, registration would open so that you could be there to get a swim lesson. Like, the demand is very high for swim lessons. You can't get into them. And that's a good thing. We want that as a community. But when people can't get into programming, that's where our problem is, right? So when you're saying if we do nothing and we have one pool or one aquatic center for 150,000, that's a real problem. So my question, then, when we're looking at this population growth, did your team drill down, to see exactly where we're going to expect the population? So, for example, I mean, Port Dalhousie, you showed all the mapping of, socioeconomic and those kinds of calculations. Apologize for the long question. I'm just wondering, did you look at where this population should be intensifying?
So we didn't do a population-based study, for example. We were relying on other information from other sources from the region in terms of the forecast, the age structure of the community that they're forecasting, and again through review of your official plans and other studies, getting a general sense of where growth is going to occur. We know that there's still some greenfield opportunity, but that St. Catharines will really develop through intensification. More than it did in the past. So yes, those were factors in our analysis. It's understanding, not just, how many people there are in a community, it's who they are, and where they live.
I think the one thing the report, and maybe correct me, I've read it several times, it's saying an aquatic center, but we're not saying where we want to locate the aquatic centers. So do you have any comments on that? I'm assuming it's purposeful.
Yeah, at this through you, Mr. Mayor. Because an indoor pool, you would probably not want to build a standalone indoor pool, for example. It's better to co-locate that with other recreational amenities. And so we know that the arena strategy, for example, that was prepared a couple of years back, identified potential sites for arena redevelopments to occur. There is merit in the city understanding whether or not a pool could reasonably be co-located at one of those sites with an arena development. We also know that the previous master plan in 2015 identified needs for gymnasium space, youth space, older adult space, for example. So when you refresh your master plan, you'll want to reconfirm some of those inputs as well. And so, by understanding what the pool could be co-located with could in fact dictate where it is going to go.
Is there any cities that you've seen when we're talking about co-location that you would have outdoor pool, indoor pool facility, and on the same property, or does that tend not to happen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't see it too much in terms of new facility development anymore. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Jamie or Todd may, have a recollection of a indoor and outdoor pool complex. The thought is, in a municipality of a certain size, sometimes it's more advantageous to distribute the pools so they're more proximal to a greater number of residents. But that being said, I'm sure there are examples, I just don't know where, of an indoor pool aquatic center being co-located on the same site as an outdoor pool. It's not to say it couldn't be done, though.
Good evening. Not to my knowledge, anything new within the last few years. No, most of them of that nature will be private, but most municipal pools are either outdoor or indoor, not together on the same site.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, just the council, especially the councillors who are on their first term, I don't know if they're aware or not, but this is a company that did write our last two recreation master plans, and they work closely with the Rec Master Plan Committee. So if anybody knows recreation in St. Catharines, it's this company. They're very credible, and this report indicates that. And thanks for that. In the chart you gave, you indicate that each ward should have a splash pad, but you're indicating that there should be 3 more included. Well, right now we have 4 wards with splash pads, so we really only need 2. It's a savings of $500,000 when we're talking 30 million. I guess it's, but it's something. Why do you see the need for one particular word to have 2 splash pads?
The recommendation is worded in a way that speaks to at least 1 splash pad per ward. So certainly it could be more than 6 or 7. But I think when we look at the implementation strategy, especially with kind of the area surrounding the Lincoln Park pool, I believe there's a splash pad in there already or close in that ward. But really, that's an area where walkability is fairly important, I think, to a large percentage of the population. And so our thought was that, if one were to move away from Lincoln Park outdoor pool, the next nearest splash pad really isn't in walking distance, and thus we recommended a splash pad there.
Okay, and given the past, as I say, you've been around for a long time at St. Catharines, in regards to the Y, if the Y did open in some fashion again, with the numbers of swimmers that were there, do you still see the need for an indoor pool somewhere?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think, again, much of this analysis was done before, I think it was the week after we submitted our final draft for review that the Y made their announcement. And so, we're cognizant of the fact that a lot of our analysis before, was conducted before the Y made that announcement. And, notwithstanding the availability of Brock University and the Y, there are persons in your community that were still not being able to get into the aquatic programs that they were looking for. So even if the Y came back and under kind of a similar threshold, I would say yes, you would need that second indoor pool.
And lastly, in the survey that was done, there was one comment about the possibility, if we did build a new one, of an 8-lane pool, a 50-meter pool, whatever, you would recommend probably a very basic 6-lane pool, would you not?
That would be the initial indication, unless council or city staff came back with, direction on more sport tourism. But that being said, you designed the St. Catharines Kiwanis Aquatic Center to a slightly higher design specification than the standard pool. You expanded it by 2 lanes. So most often you find a 25-meter 6-lane pool in many municipalities. So one wouldn't, at least based on the information that we've heard, require anything that size or larger. We would think that a 25-meter 6-lane pool, is an option, but certainly, one could consider alternatives. But really, your pool right now at the Kiwanis, we would consider to be a sport-friendly type of facility.
And with Brock having a 50-meter 8-lane pool, that would serve the need for any competitions, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a 50-meter pool, right? And I think it does have the capability of addressing certain competition requirements from governing sport.
Thank you. Job well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You, to the consultant, you indicated that the new indoor pool should be 6 lanes. Now, I gather there are economies of scale in having a larger pool, but what about the possibility of having 2 pools, 3 lanes each? And the reason I raise this is you brought up the Lincoln outdoor pool, and that area is very walkable, and it's very difficult for families there to take transit to the north end to the larger pools. So are there any communities that would consider more of a neighborhood type indoor pool rather than something larger, which would be more attractive than 2 singles? But on the other hand, the 2 singles would have the advantage of serving neighborhoods very well.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Kushner, if you're speaking to the indoor pools, like a smaller template, I guess we could point you to your neighbors or regional neighbors in Welland, for example, that operate a small indoor pool. It's larger than a 3-lane pool, but one, again, has to make that decision. What type of aquatic experience are you trying to enable out of those? And if we use, again, Lincoln Park pool, it's been important for a cool down purpose for a number of years. But if you look at Lincoln Park, its configuration, its depth is not conducive to running programs, for example. So if learn to swim is the priority, or sport is the priority, one has to weigh those considerations. If can it be accommodated reasonably in a different design specification. So, so in response to your question, it really, we see the 25-meter 6-lane pool as St. Catharines' second pool, providing the most flexibility to the city for the broadest range of programs and attracting the broadest range of uses for the most number of people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. And looks like last up, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been answered. My one question I did have that hasn't been answered is in regards to the splash pads. When it comes to the drainage of the water in the splash pads, is it common for municipalities to use that water for irrigation so that it doesn't just go to waste?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's different systems that are in place. Currently, you are on a flow-through system or a meter and discharge type of system for your splash pads. Other municipalities will recycle the water completely within the splash pad and treat it. But I mean, it is almost akin to running a mini indoor pool. There are testing requirements, chlorinating requirements, or treatment requirements. But there are also municipalities that will discharge gray water to support horticulture, for example. You know, those still need to be treated to a certain extent. It's not like you can just take the water and spray it right out there. So again, it's one of the things that the study talks about is looking at your current setup for your splash pads in terms of the circulation system and doing that cost benefit analysis as to what type of system is best conducive to your objectives and expectations.
Thank you, and thank you for the stellar presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that.
Right, that's the discussion that will be tabled for August 9th. And I'm just wondering for the August 9th meeting, additional information that we can show maybe in a usage graph. And this is to Director Christie, related to the usage of the indoor aquatics pool by non-St. Catharines residents. Are you able to break down that information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we already have that data.
Okay, so I think that would be important because if, as a council, if we look at the usage rates, we also have to understand that if you look at Thorold, they only have an outdoor pool. They don't have any indoor pools. Niagara on the Lake doesn't have an indoor pool. Lincoln doesn't have an indoor pool. So when you start looking at usage of the indoor pool in St. Catharines, I think we'll be surprised by who's actually coming in, speaking to what Councillor Littleton talked about, because I experienced it the same with my kids. A lot of lineups, a lot of length to get into swimming, but it's due to the fact that we also have surrounding municipalities that benefit from the investments that our taxpayers have made. So just having that at the next meeting would be appreciated. And Councillor Phillips, if it's just a quick comment, that'd be great.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask either Director Martuccio or Director Christie also to include to refer to what Councillor Townsend just said about the possibility of recycling gray water at our splash pads.
Okay, so we'll have that at the next meeting, and that can be brought into that as well. In terms of comparators to Mr. Desai, in terms of lakeside communities, if asked at the next meeting, because I think that'll be a question asked by members of the communities, as a lakeside community, how much are we underserved by our aquatics program, or how much more do we have to catch up? What I mean by that is some people have pointed out places like London or areas where there actually is no opportunity to go to a beach. And so their expectation is we would have the same number of pools as London would have, but London doesn't have the kind of water systems that we have here with Sunset and Lakeside, which are for cooling off as well as for recreational swimming. So just making sure that at the August 9th meeting, we're able to talk about maybe some comparatives with lakeside communities rather than landlocked communities.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, in response to your comment, I guess, you know, the evaluation that we did, did include a few waterfront communities in the Horseshoe, in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So Ajax, Whitby, for example. But you're right. I mean, there are different considerations depending on if, one is a waterfront community versus a landlocked community. But at the end of the day, we live in Canada, we live close to a number of Great Lakes. So whether you're landlocked or on a shoreline, it is important. I think most municipalities recognize the importance of providing learn to swim, for their residents.
Yep, 100%. Okay. So motion to receive the recommendation report, Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Dodge. And this is, again, just to move this to the August 9th meeting. So I'll just do show of hands, all in favor. That's carried. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Desai, and for your team. And I'm assuming you'll be also at the meeting in August. So if I can just get a nod from Director Christie, well, they'll be there. So I'll give you a more fulsome thank you once we get through the entire process. Okay, now we go into the Economic Development and Tourism Services. We have a presentation regarding the Niagara Grape Wine Festival fee-for-service agreement, which unfortunately, obviously due to COVID last year, was designed in a different way, but I thought went off really well. We have a presentation by Ms. Doreen Anderson, Executive Director, Niagara Grape Wine Festival, and Tim Coons, Chair of the Niagara Grape Wine Festival. And it'll precede the discussion report from Economic Development. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Anderson. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Mayor Sendzik, and everyone else. Thank you for taking some time to speak with us today. I'm actually going to have our chair, Tim Coons, kick things off a little bit, and then I'll pop in with a few comments.
Thank you. Next slide, please. That's great. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, and staff. I'm Tim, Chair of the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival, and as Dorian just mentioned, we're here together to chat about our upcoming festival plans for this season. We're here tonight seeking the continuation of our 5-year fee-for-service schedule, essentially meaning a $60,000 sponsorship to be used for the launch of amended fall programming that directly supports the city with a focus on the downtown core. With your support, we will deliver a pandemic-friendly fall festival in downtown St. Catharines, which Dorian will speak to shortly. We will relaunch the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival in the community and media. We'll drive visitation, spending, and media attention to downtown St. Catharines through festival activities. We plan to build on the partnership with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, and we will lay the groundwork for a 2-year reopening and recovery plan that includes the return of the Grand Parade and Montebello Park in fall of 2022. And let me just say, we are ready to celebrate that in a big, big way. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the impact of COVID-19, it certainly, wouldn't be a surprise to anyone that COVID has been a disaster for the global tourism industry. So I do want to take a quick minute just to update you on the specific implications to the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival. As you know, provincial regulations have prevented gatherings from the onset of the pandemic, which resulted in the cancellation of 5 festival programs. Last year, the Fall Festival was altered to include a porch parade along with some virtual components. And although it delivered some great community engagement, the Fall Festival has been unable to generate sales revenues for the last 16 months. However, with the great leadership of our board of directors, we've employed sound financial management and focused on surviving the pandemic to position the festival for a gradual return starting this year. Now, I do have to pause just to recognize the humbling support that our organization has received during this absolute roller coaster of a time. We've received countless of words and letters of encouragement from the community, calls from Mayor Sendzik and Brian York, guidance from Sabrina Maselli and Councillor Phillips, who sit on our board, as well as many of the other city councils and city staff, and a great deal of collaboration from city stakeholders with Karen Doyle, Tricia Polacco, and Colleen Smith. There are many, many people to mention, but in the interest of time, I will just say thank you to everyone for all of your support. I've always known St. Catharines was an incredible city with great people, and now I'm absolutely certain of it. So with that, I'll pass it over to Dorian Anderson to chat a little bit more about how we plan to return the festival in 2021.
Thank you, Tim. Well, before we get there, I just want to do a little bit of a review. Mayor Sendzik did mention that we did quickly pull together an amended festival for last fall. And I know Councillor Porter was out, I think, almost every Friday night. I got to see her down in the square in St. Paul Street, which was great. And a few others popped by as well. So this sort of shows how the festival is nimble, how we are looking to keep this important tradition of the community of St. Catharines alive, even when crazy things happen. I would argue that the Meridian Ports Parade was the most successful of our campaigns last year, as much as it obviously wasn't a revenue generating piece for the festival. I think nothing could compare with the spirit that we saw, and Mayor Sendzik actually led the parade in all of the 5 communities that we visited. And it actually brought tears to some of the volunteers' eyes to see the amount of effort that communities went to keep their Grape and Wine experience alive. This was also live streamed 3 different times with viewership of over $10,000 each time, which was great. And it also allowed us to keep our relationship with Meridian, which was really important. They stayed on to fund it. We also, in partnership with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre and Celebrate Ontario, launched Centre Stage Saturdays, which allowed us to keep some of our favorite bands performing live music, which is really important to us, as music is a huge part of our festival. And we live streamed 2 Saturday nights after doing a huge contest on social media where over 250 nominations were put forth for which bands I'd like to see on stage. That also got over 50,000 impressions of the 2 live stream occasions that we executed as well. The Wine Garden at 201 St. Paul Street was done in partnership, of course, with the economic development team in the city of St. Catharines, as well as the Downtown Association. And on weekends through the month of September, we animated the space at 201 St. Paul to create a mini wine garden, again, allowing bands an opportunity to perform live. And we really there started the whole idea of driving people in visitation downtown by creating a space where they could come and eat. So we encouraged them to pick up curbside from their favorite restaurant and then pop into the wine garden for a glass of VQA wine and live music. It was a great concept. It had a lot of pluses. The main issue, however, was the capacity issue. We were limited to 70 people, including staff. As well as the fact that the weather in September was quite cold. So, but the idea was great. And I think it really helped to animate the road closure concept and create a little more energy and activity around some of the things you were already doing. And finally, we did have a discovery pass in wine country. We launched a new reservation system last year to try to make it safe for people to visit. Again, that had a couple hiccups for the first time using the technology, but the great news was we doubled the sales that we anticipated. We expected to sell very few passes, and really people were very enthusiastically coming to wine country in droves. All in all, the campaign reached over 250,000 unique visitors, which, while it's not Montebello Park numbers in our traditional fall festival, we were very, very pleased with what we were able to achieve and with all the great partners that helped us get there. Next slide, please. So with some of that exciting feedback and those exciting numbers, the board has come up and pulled together a concept that they presented to a small focus group, of which I was happy to be joining back in again. And we've really streamlined things down into a couple of concepts. The number one idea is to bring live entertainment and VQA wine back to downtown St. Catharines. Montebello Park, unfortunately, is not feasible, even if visitation numbers would permit us to have a large gathering in the park. It takes about 5 months to plan it, as well as a very significant budget that just isn't possible this year after having that much time without revenues. So we're looking to partner with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. Tim and I had a great meeting with the team there about a week and a half ago to animate that backyard space where they've done musical performances in the past, and look to run a Friday and 2 performance on Saturday concert series where we'll have a VQA wine garden, VIP seating areas, And then we'll bring a lot of those elements from Montebello Park, some of the amazing decor and selfie station elements that we really kind of used to animate Montebello in the last couple of years. We'll bring them back into this space as almost a promise for what Montebello will be in future years. We'll bring our favorite bands and hope to get, pack the house, which would be about 200 people per show. But really it's an opportunity for us to say, we're coming out of COVID and we can't wait to see you in 2022. Next slide, please. We also will look to partner with our wineries for the Grape and Wine Discovery Pass, which is the winery touring pass that we traditionally have year over year. I know historically this pass has driven people mostly out into wine country, of course, which is great. We want people visiting the region. But a couple of things that are important about this pass that I think will matter to you is that at least 55% of pass holders are from GTA and outside of Niagara. It's higher in some passports, but the fall one is usually around 65 to 70%. So that is important because when people come to the area, we know they need a place to stay and we know they need a place to dine. So this in combination with the Performing Arts Center program gives us a great tourism platform to say, don't just come for the day. There's a lot of things happening downtown. And we can even build on the other road closure programs and hopefully some other ideas with the downtown BIA to have them come and spend an overnight at least in downtown St. Catharines. The reason this is important to the festival is the Discovery Pass is a key funding stream for us. So it allows us, because we work in such partnership with our wineries, to bring much needed revenue back into the Grape and Wine Festival coffers that will allow us to start building out 2022 so that when we get to fall next year, we can do it the way we need to do it. So we're looking for 2 weekends, the traditional weekends for Grape and Wine. And we're looking to have about 1,500 pass holders. Approximately 2/3 of those would be tourists. Next slide, please. So the benefits to St. Catharines, one of the main ones I think is to relaunch the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival as a core programming asset in the city of St. Catharines. People are asking, we're getting tons of emails a day. Everyone's wondering what's happening with Grape and Wine. And we know it's not just important to the wine industry, it's very much a part of the culture and fabric of the city of St. Catharines. So this fall campaign allows us to relaunch and tell everyone we're here. We're starting this way, but we're going to be ready to go in 2022. It allows us to have our signature events positioned in downtown St. Catharines with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, which has been part of our goals for the last 5 years, is to create meaningful programming at that location. And we would look to build on that year over year moving forward. To work with the downtown BIA, I know you have a new executive director, which is awesome. So let's find out ways that we can start this new phase of Grape and Wine more in partnership with the downtown BIA, and again, develop legacy programs moving forward. Our social media and advertising will be focused on Grape and Wine in St. Catharines and our St. Catharines-based partners. And most importantly, we have to do a new strategic plan. We know that things are different than they used to be. So as we move forward, Grape and Wine is, I don't want to say it's up for grabs, but there's a new game plan. So when we're looking at building out festivals, not just in the fall, there are opportunities to really work with our partners that really want to work with us. And our hope is that the commitment we've seen from the city of St. Catharines will allow us to be doing programming not just in the fall, and to allow us to look for other opportunities throughout the year to make that connection even stronger. Next slide, please. So thank you so much. I know this was quite top line, but I know that the city staff also has some more detail that they may be sharing. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and we're here for any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. And I know Director York just want to offer some summary comments, and then we'll go into any questions from staff, from council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dorian. Thank you, Tim, for that presentation. Councillors, so the Wine Festival has once again adapted its programming to align with Ontario's roadmap to reopen. The program being offered is well aligned with the initiatives outlined in the existing fee-for-service agreement, and that encourages increased partnerships with downtown anchors like the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. So moving forward with this amendment, that'll help set the stage for the 70th anniversary comeback celebration in 2022. And with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
All right, thank you, Director York, and I'll go with Councillor Miller. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. To the presenters, it's probably my third year asking about this, but I noticed that migrant workers are once again conspicuous in their absence for the plans for Grape and wine. I know this is something I talked about extensively last year, but I'm just curious if that conversation has continued either at the board or the staff level for the festival.
I'll take this one, Tim, if you like. Yeah, to be honest, at this point, all of our programming has been completely shifted and changed. And considering how scaled back it's been, we've had to focus programming that is wide appeal with that whole idea of, obviously we welcome anyone and everyone that wants to be a part of it, but we haven't had really an opportunity to focus on any of those types of things yet. And I don't anticipate we will really be able to much this year if we're really only going to have 3 active hours of programming. As part of what the strategic plan is going forward, I think this is a great opportunity when we're talking about rebuilding and relaunching the festival for our 70th anniversary, to go into it with a thoughtful approach to that. And really, I know you'd introduced me to a couple of stakeholders in the past, and some special interest groups that might have some thoughts on that. We can bring them in early in the discussion phases. So when we're coming out in 2022, we can definitely address it for sure and build it into the plan.
Yeah, I guess I would once again strongly recommend that. The workers who work on these wineries and vineyards are obviously a key part to the industry. A few lost their lives this year, and they continue to come back to Niagara despite COVID and everything going on. I think they're worthy of inclusion. I understand, obviously everything the last 2 years, I'm hopeful when you said it's up for grabs, that can be a key part of it going forward, of recognizing the contributions that not just migrant workers, that all the workers who work at wineries are contributing to the industry. So thank you, and I will continue to bring it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Got Councillor Phillips, who's also the board representative on the Grape Wine Festival. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Dorian, we discussed a little while ago the possibility of perhaps having the Niagara Symphony, of which I'm on the board also, play on a Sunday afternoon. Has that been discussed at all? Is there a possibility that might happen?
Yeah, I had a quick discussion with Kathleen at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. Where we may have restrictions is really just a matter of budget. The First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, they've been awesome partners, but also they've had financial issues and struggles throughout all of this. So the cost to activate the space for a day, including fencing and everything else, is pretty expensive. And we'd really have to take a look at the budget. I think we could probably sell it out, as you said, but it's not inexpensive to animate that space for a day. So yeah, it's something that's on the table. I don't know. I think it's really up to the board if we're gonna, go through with that budget. But yeah, we're thinking about it for sure. Tim, I don't know if you have any more thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Dorian. And to council, you have no idea and I'm going to use the word gut-wrenching meetings that we have had in the last year making the Grape and Wine Festival survive, because there was times when we didn't think we were going to be able to do anything at all this fall. Our staff that we've had working for us for years had to be laid off. Fortunately, we had a break from the government as far as leasing costs, and we were able to keep our office going. And it has been just an immense struggle to get us to where we are tonight. And I applaud the board for getting us here, because it is something, and it will put the Grape Wine Festival back on the street, which is really important. And I also want to mention that in the past, we've always had, I think it was $55,000 of in-kind coming from the city as far as cleaning up Montebello Park after the event. And obviously that's not going to be required this year because we won't be in the park. So there is, it's not a savings to the Grape Wine Festival, but it would be a savings to the city. So that's something council should also consider. So thank you very much, Dorian and Tim. Enjoy working with you.
Thanks, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Dorian for all of your work. I had a lot of fun at the events last year, doing the porch parades and going downtown. And when you mentioned the community spirit at the porch parades, I felt it too. And I know you're not doing this year, or it doesn't seem like you're doing it, and you have limited budget, limited staff right now, and you have to focus your energies. But I do, as we evolve, I do think there's opportunities to have kind of spin-off or underlying community events that might not necessarily be run by the Grape and Wine Festival, but might draw people into the community and who might end up going to events. So people are decorating their houses, or if we can carry on some of those elements that kind of sprung up last year. People loved decorating their houses, and I would like to see that continue. Do you think there's any way that we could do something like that again to bring the community spirit back? I know we'll be able to have gatherings to in a limited capacity, but the porch parade idea, I don't know if we could do the same thing again, was really good. And I think people were really into decorating their neighborhoods. Do you see that there's any possibility of doing that, or we can find a partner to help carry that out?
To be honest, I would love to see it happen again. As I said, that was what, 6 months into COVID. And it was, I think, the first time in 6 months that I actually felt like real joy that wasn't related to my kids. It was just amazing. So, I definitely will talk to the board about it and see if we can do it. It may have to be a different kind of thing. Maybe we can't have the 5 neighborhoods and the live stream and all of that, but there could be ways we could do some neighborhood contesting and things like that. And yeah, I think, Tim, we could maybe find a way to renovate that program again.
Yes, the mayor has a purple suit that he could just wear. That was a big hit. I had to go home and change and find something to match because he outshone me. So that's really great. Thank you for coming and figuring out how to run this festival. It is really important to the community, and the community loved seeing you all last year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Porter, for the reminder of that. I gotta fit into those purple pants again next September. And to Dorian and Tim, thank you very much for your leadership. Dorian, you've done an outstanding job since you've taken over the festival. You've given it a new creativity and really brought it to life in different ways. I will just leave with this. We have to adapt and learn from what we've gone through, and the festival can come back stronger. And sometimes we get stuck in the old ways of continuously doing things. And what something like this does is shift our attention to other spaces that may be more inclusive as well, such as the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre and your partnership there. So great opportunity to retool the festival. The festival will be a mainstay in St. Catharines for hopefully the next 60 years. And it's going to be done so because you're bringing new ideas to the table. So the festival is a part of who we are. The grape and wine industry is part of who we are. All who work for the grape and wine industry are a part of who we are. So the more you can bring that life into the festival this year and beyond, the richer we're going to be for it. So keep doing a great job. I'll look to the council to make a motion. Who wants to put it on the floor? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Kushner. And I'll look to the clerk for a vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
All right, thank you for that presentation, and thank you, Economic Development, Brian York, for all your work that you put into the report. We're going to 3.3, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. Then I'll look at CAO Oakes for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to provide council an update on the COVID update report. As the announcement late last week, we weren't able to get some of the information in the report, specifically on some of the reopening. So it's all very good, positive news. There are two things in the report that council should be made aware of. The first is the recommendation and request from the St. Catharines Downtown Association to extend the street closures resulting from a BIA board meeting in July 5th, I believe, to extend the street closures to Sundays. The associated cost is located in the report. But secondly, wanted to just provide council and the public an opportunity to let you know what will be opening this Friday as we head into step 3. So the St. Catharines Aquatics Center will be open for reservations for leisure and lane swimming starting Friday. Lakeside Park Carousel will be open daily 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. with intermittent breaks for enhanced cleaning. Masks will be required in the carousel with the exception of children under the age of 10. The Russell Avenue and Port Weller Community Centers, along with the older adult centers at Dunlop Drive, West St. Catharines, and Port Dalhousie, will be open with reservations required for all non-registered programs. Following Friday the 16th, on Saturday, the St. Catharines Museum and Morningstar Mill will be open to the public. And then the last section is the arenas. So staff are working on starting up the plant this week. And we are working as diligently as possible to get ice in as quickly at Seymour Hanna on rinks 2 and 3. As council is aware, and as we included in the previous reports, we removed the ice out of rinks 2 and 3 when the closure was going to be longer than 3 weeks. So there's a process involved, and staff are working very diligently to get that up and running. We did redeploy the majority of our arena staff to other areas, so we're in process of bringing them back. And Wednesday we'll be having a discussion with Niagara Health just on the long-term status of the vaccination clinic at Seymour Hanna. So there'll be more to provide council as we move forward. But we are ready to reopen. Our staff have done an amazing job on getting the facilities ready and putting the proper health and safety protocols in place. A little quicker than what we had anticipated. So any specific questions, I will defer to the appropriate staff and hand it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CAO Oakes, for the update. I just had a quick question. Last year we had a number of issues with the Morningstar Mill and DQ Falls with emergency rescues. Is there anything from a city side of things or from a staff perspective that we can do to avoid those issues from happening going forward?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start and maybe defer to any other appropriate staff. But one of the things that we did do as a result of some of the incidents we had last year was sit down with the province, who actually oversees the Bruce Trail system and has ownership responsibility in and around the mill site itself, to put up additional signage with at the various points of entry along the trail system where people would typically get down and access into. We're continuing to have conversations with the ministry staff requesting some additional measures, fencing, gating in certain areas. At this point, we've also provided some additional parking prohibitions along the roadway, both on DQ and Louth, to try to prohibit the additional and the increased amount of traffic. But at this point, that's what we have. I don't know if Daryl or Brian have anything additional to add.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Since 2017, fire services has responded to 29 calls, 29 safety-related calls there. So we've used that figure and pressed upon the province how important it is that they maintain their portion of the lands in terms of access, maintenance, and safety provisions. We've had a number of requests from the neighbors that live along DQ Road to improve the access, and we continue to work with the province, as CAO Oaks has said, on a mitigation plan to limit and direct access and stay on trail type signage in the area. Director Smith, anything to add on that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I have nothing to add at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. And just my last question, is it fair to assume then, from what I'm understanding, is that a lot of the safety issues were a result of people venturing off the path and taking their own route down to Q Falls? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple of questions, I guess, of the CAO. I'm so happy to hear that we're going to reopen the carousel. And question number one is, traditionally we have some kind of an opening ceremony. Would we do anything of that nature?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are not going to be planning an event, Councillor, at this time. No events that would, gather people unnecessarily. It's going to be sort of a low-key opening for the carousel. As CAO Oaks mentioned, we are going to be changing the way we do things at the carousel a little bit. We're going to be stopping the ride intermittently so we can clean. It's a no-touch environment, meaning we're not going to be accepting payment from our participants or from our visitors. We're going to have a donation box instead. So we're trying to keep it low key and as distant as possible.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would say then that for all these reopenings, and certainly the carousel communication strategy is critical to make sure that the public knows when it will open, and obviously at the time we can communicate some of these points that you have made in terms of policies that we will be following. We do get a lot of questions about the carousel in particular. So my second question through you to, I guess, to the CAO or Director York, just a question on the chart regarding the extra cost of closing the streets downtown by adding Sunday. I see the labor costs, when you compare them, they've gone up like 40%. Is that strictly just the fact that it's an extra day?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's two components that are contributing to the labor costs. The first is obviously an extra day, but the length of the closures, the closure period, you have to allow an hour for setup and an hour for takedown after each closure. And because of that, we cannot accomplish that in one shift. So we have to do part of the work on overtime, which is increasing the cost. As you're aware, overtime costs are substantial compared to our regular shift costs. Our collective bargaining agreement for municipal works does not allow us to schedule shifts longer than 8 hours. So we are bound by that agreement, and it that way increases the cost.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Mayor, one last question of the CAO. I know that CAO Chemnitz was a member of I think it was a vaccination task force. I'm not sure exactly what it was called, but will our new CAO be part of that? And obviously there's a big push we need to put on to get more people vaccinated, and I don't know whether the CAO will be involved in that or not.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I have been added to the task force. I attended my first meeting last week. And that was the exact discussion, strategies to engage the various demographic levels, both in St. Catharines and throughout Niagara. They had representation from both Brock University and Niagara College Student Union. So there was some very interesting and good dialogue happening at that point. And they're just looking for various social media platforms to continue to state the benefits of getting either the first vaccination or continuing through with the second. So yes, I've been involved.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Siscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to speak briefly to the staff recommendation regarding the street closures. I wanted to say, first of all, kudos to the Downtown Association. They've been very responsive to their membership. I know a number of businesses on the street were pushing for an expanded street closure. And I should say, not a street closure, but a pedestrian access for St. Paul Street. I know the Brass Monkey was very active in sending letters to yourself, myself, Councillor Porter, as well as the entire Downtown Association, and got it on the agenda. It was also very collaborative, and I want to give credit to our new executive director at the Downtown Association, Rachel Braithwaite. She's done a fantastic job of surveying the membership in the very short time she's been in the position, and has been very responsive to not just the businesses that wanted to open up, to open up the pedestrian access to Sundays and increase the hours on Fridays and Saturdays, but also to the other businesses. And there's been concerns raised by retail businesses about maintaining some street access, and that has been done. I think they've come to a good consensus, which serves a lot of folks in the downtown. So I want to give Rachel Braithwaite a lot of credit for that. She's done a great job in a very short amount of time being on the job. And I would also encourage everybody, including council, a number of vendors have been out on the street. I know Pocket Change down at the other end of St. Paul, as they like to call it, down by the Silver Spire Church. They had a vendors market up with a number of the other businesses in the area. So I would encourage everybody on council, if you have an opportunity, to get out and visit the animation that's going on the street. I know there's a lot of ideas. The Niagara Artist Center is talking about all the things they're going to be doing over the course of the summer, and there's a lot of activity. So I would strongly recommend to all of my colleagues, if you have an opportunity, get out there. There's a lot of good food. There's a lot of new patios. There's a lot of old patios, but there's a lot of retail businesses which are expanding their hours to meet the demand, because there have been a lot of people getting out and experiencing the street again. So again, I want to give kudos to the Downtown Association and Mr. Braithwaite for the work they've done, and I hope council will support this unanimously.
All right, thank you, Councillor Siscoe. You're making the motion as when it comes up, seconded by Councillor Porter. Councillor Phillips, wrap up.
Just a quick question to, I guess, either Director Smith or Director Martuccio. As far as the fire today, does that have any impact on the parking garage on Ontario Street? Is it still going to be accessible for the weekend?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're still assessing the situation. I know the parking garage was closed today because of the fire. Staff did go to the garage to ensure that all the mechanical systems and electrical systems were shut down to prevent any damage, but we'll reassess that tomorrow after we have more information. But we're hoping to reopen the parking garage as soon as possible.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we got a motion on the floor. If Evan, Mr. McGinty, you can put it on the floor. And I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so we have 3.4, which is sub-item 10.2 from the Budget Standing Committee. That was pulled by Councillor Miller, and he's not with us right now.
Councillor Miller.
So we'll move on until he gets back on. We do have, let's motion to ratify forthwith recommendations that council adopt these items approved forthwith by general committee Monday, July 12th, 2021. Do we have a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay, we have additional meetings of council, and this that should there be an outstanding business from council meeting of Monday, August 9th. That council hold a special meeting of council on Wednesday, August 11th, and that's just if we don't get through everything on the 9th, starting at 5 p.m. to complete the outstanding business, and that our regular council meetings be scheduled for Monday, August 30th at 5 p.m. and that city clerk be directed to make the necessary modifications. I have Councillor Sorrento making this, and seconded by Councillor Siscoe. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I'm not sure when I would bring this up, but I have a request and it has to do with the August 9th meeting. And would I bring that up now or would I bring it up later?
So I don't know. I don't even know what the request is.
Okay, so the request was made of me to ask for the presentation for the transit not be discussed on this evening, that it be scheduled for September. And that's to give the transit committee an opportunity to give a comment on the latest transit report. And the reason being for that is that our transit general manager is off on vacation till July 26th, and we don't normally meet in July and August. So we are having difficulty getting a commission meeting and the information from our general manager so that we can discuss it and bring some information back and make comment to city council.
Okay, so I'll ask the clerk on this because we haven't set the agenda or anything. So there's really nothing to defer. I'll ask the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a notification from the region and that this is time sensitive, and the reason it's on August 9th is because the region wants feedback. That's all I know at this point in time, and that's why we're trying to move it forward.
I'll go to the CAO Oaks in terms of working with the Transit Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, on June 30th, the Linking Niagara Transit Committee approved the next step in the process, and part of that step was for all the local area municipalities to be able to provide their feedback into the report that was circulated prior to that meeting to the CAOs and the municipalities subsequent to it, as well as the transit commissions. And that feedback is requested no later than August 25th. So if we, I guess the concern I would have is if we miss that date, it doesn't provide the opportunity for the city to provide any feedback to the process for that. I did reach out to the, as Councillor Dodge had mentioned, the general manager of transit. Haven't heard back just to see, because I know they were provided with, or he was provided with the report ahead of the June 30th, I think it was June 25th. So I just don't have a line of sight on the Transit Commission committees, but from my perspective, we would like to be able to provide feedback to the region ahead of the August 25th. If it's possible.
So to CAO, is the August 9th a decision-making meeting or no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's sort of the second step of a three-step process, which is basically the first presentation that was made to council several months ago. There were to all the councils across Niagara, there were questions brought forward, and the report that's been circulated has attempted to address a lot of those concerns, and that was dealt with at the Linking Niagara Transit Committee, and since forwarded to the municipal councils for input for step number 2. The third step, which is, I believe, scheduled for October, November, when it comes back to this council, will be the decision-making process. There will be, as part of that process, the region has to actually make their decision at regional council, and then that triggers the local area municipalities to then make the decision.
Okay. So again, back to Councillor Dodge.
Okay, so I guess even though it's not a decision making, is still something that facts can be shared and discussion can be met. And without the Transit Commission having the ability to be there. And I'm just wondering, I know that they said that it went out to everyone. Is everyone able to meet that deadline of August 25th?
Well, we don't know that now, Councillor Dodge. We're just dealing with our own, but we do have the chair of the Linking Niagara Transit Committee. Councillor Siscoe, you're the chair, so if you want to provide some comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the last question, I impressed upon, and Mr. Robinson at the region impressed upon the committee members that it was integral that we got this information back. We have the next Linking Niagara Transit Committee meeting is Wednesday, September the 1st. So the deadlines that the region has set out and that the committee set out for feedback was to inform that. And that was made very clear to the municipalities and all the membership of the committee at our last meeting. The reason why it has to be that way is because we are trying to meet certain timelines. And I think it's important, and Mr. Mayor, you actually just touched on it. This isn't a decision-making meeting. This is basically, we gave a bunch of feedback at the first meeting that we had on this topic. This is essentially the regional staffers coming back and saying, okay, have we answered all of your questions? Do you have additional questions with respect to the financial modeling, the governance, and the service quality? And I should say, and I think it's important to mention, and a point of pride, frankly, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Louie have been integral to the process of putting together this new plan. So they are both intimately familiar with all of the information. And I will say, we've made the point to municipalities, if you're worried you don't have the time, please hold a special meeting. This is that important. So I would say that I agree. I want the Transit Commission to make their comments known, and if they have questions, to bring them forward. But I think they need to hold a meeting in the interim and pre-August 9th to be able to do that, because if we've asked every other municipality in Niagara region to have their comments, St. Catharines can't be the one that's the laggard and doesn't have their comments in. On September 1st, there's an expectation that we will have those comments so that the committee can give direction to staff on how to present the actual decision-making report. And we need that feedback. And I would be incredibly frustrated if St. Catharines was the one municipality that didn't put forward commentary. We're the largest service provider. We're the largest service user in the region. We have to have that information. So I would implore, please hold a meeting. Like I said, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Louie are intimately familiar with all of this information. Please find a way to hold a meeting and bring us that feedback.
Okay, I don't disagree. They are very inaugural in the discussions and stuff put forward, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to have a transit meeting, and we haven't had one for July and August scheduled. And I'm just saying that, with Mr. Morrison being off, that it makes it very difficult to have him come back, write a report, get us, have transit being able to, get together and stuff like that. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm saying that if we could have a little extra, I was asked if we could have some extra time on this, it would give us more time to be more thorough about the discussion that we want to bring forward to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I'd say being on both commission and Linking Niagara, the one thing I would add is that from my impression, and maybe the mayor and Chair Siscoe could correct me, that some of these municipalities weren't going to be able to have these meetings until September. I do think it's critical. The commission, Councillor Siscoe is right that St. Catharines, is a big part in this, but we obviously have the most potentially to lose. We have the best transit system in the region, and in my opinion, the only one that's functional. So it's important that council, I think, gets that expertise, and if it's just not physically possible to get a report from Mr. Morrison or Mr. Louie in time for a commission meeting, I don't know that we have to rush this in. But again, doing things in a rush is not a good way to do them at all. I would say we should determine if a commission meeting is possible in August as a next step, and with the caveat that delaying this thing a month in the grand scheme of things is not going to change all that much.
Okay, Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Not to promote workaholism, but we can all meet on Zoom now, and it's a lot easier to find the time and the capacity to meet no matter where we are in the world. I'm going to be going to all of my meetings when I'm in Nova Scotia in August. And so I just think it's probably possible for the Transit Commission to meet, and they have been intimately involved in what's going on in all of this. So I don't think it's a stretch to ask them to find time to have a meeting, especially at this critical juncture.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm just trying to get some understanding as to why the Transit Commission hasn't been able to meet. I sit on many boards and agencies, but we've been able to find time every month to meet. If maybe someone could just shed some light on that for me, please.
I don't know if that's possible right now, unless.
Yeah, sorry, the Transit Commission typically doesn't meet in July and August, so it's not about having been able to. The complication now is, of course, with the general manager off.
Okay, so I think maybe we get, sorry, Councillor, go. I apologize. Keep going.
Sorry, I'll just quickly finish. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that it's important to move this along and get the feedback back to the region. Again, it's not pushing a decision forward. It's getting the opinion out of council and moving it forward up to the region. So I won't be supporting delaying it to the September meeting. I'm in favor of keeping it here to the August 9th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't even understand. I'm getting a little bit frustrated here. You know what? This is very important. Everybody's been aware of this for a very, very long time. We just moved a motion that if we need a special meeting, we're going to meet within 2 days. Zoom meetings are available all the time. And procedurally, Mr. Mayor, I don't even know how we can even possibly vote on this. It's not even in front of us. So I procedurally through you to the clerk, like what's the motion? And it's not on the agenda. The report hasn't come to us. How can we defer a report? How can we defer an agenda item that isn't even in front of us, and it's going to be in the next meeting, August 9th meeting? I don't understand this, sir.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Account to the city clerk, just in terms of, I want to make sure we're following process here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, basically what Councillor Dodge is requesting is that we take the transit report, which was one of the big reports council was going to be dealing with on Monday, August 9th, off that agenda. And we're still going to be meeting on August 9th. It's just she's asking to remove that. And my response was basically that we've been asked by the region to meet and to provide feedback by, I believe Councillor Siscoe said the 25th of August, and we wouldn't meet again, well, unless we have that extra day on the 11th, but I still don't think that's going to solve the problem that Councillor Dodge is speaking to.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just, thank you, clerk. I'm just going to say this, make the time. Make the time. We've been meeting since 2015, I think, Mr. Mayor, and this has been going on for a very, very long time. You know, a lot of us would like to be away right now. Find the time. Let's get it done. I'm certainly not going to be supporting this. Absolutely not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you. Just following up on Councillor Sorrento's points, I mean, procedurally, I think he's correct. And so my recommendation is that there's not before us, it's not on our agenda. So if we need to defer it, why don't we discuss that when it's actually on our agenda in front of us in August? So I think that is really procedurally what we need to be doing here.
I'm going to ask the clerk, because I think you're correct, and ask the clerk. We could table it on the 9th, and what we could do is provide direction to the CAO Oaks to contact the general manager of transit and the chair of transit and request them to deal with this matter before the 9th And if they're not able to, then we can call a special meeting in August. Maybe we can call a meeting on the August 11th or the following Monday. And if someone's traveling, they can come in by Zoom. So let's do it that way. And this way it gets tabled on the 9th. If we don't have the report from transit, then we'll ask them to schedule a date. But what the CAO can say to transit is we're not waiting until September for their report to come back, because, it's the summertime. People have an opportunity to get work done still in the summertime. Just can't take 2 months off and expect nothing to happen. So CAO Oaks, are you comfortable with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was going to actually suggest something very similar to work with both the general manager and the chair of the commission. I just want to point out again that this second step is looking for the city to provide and to deal with the report that addressed a lot of the issues and concerns that were brought forward in the first meeting. And it's that next step in the process. And, I absolutely understand we want to have transit to have a meeting to discuss. But my opinion, it's not as necessary during this portion if the Transit Commission is unable to meet, because it's really sort of taking that next step, and staff have been working, all of the CAOs across the region have been working towards this timeframe. All of the Transit Commission staff have been involved, at the same each and every meeting that the municipal staff have been there as well. So absolutely, I'll do whatever I can to get that moving forward. But we would like to, from a corporation standpoint, I'd like to be able to bring the report to the August 9th meeting, so we can in fact provide some commentary back to the region ahead of the 25th deadline.
All right, thank you for that. So there is, to the clerk, there is no need for a vote tonight because it's not on the agenda, and it'll just be tabled, and then we'll make a decision at that meeting.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, if that's the case, will transit staff be able to be part of that meeting, like give us information and whatnot on that night? They'll be part of the group being able to presentate?
Yeah.
Presentation, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, it wouldn't problem, okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there's the only thing we have to vote on is just in case there's additional need for another meeting to finish the course of business. So
that's correct.
Show of hands on that. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you very much. It's good. And now back to you, Mr. Miller. You disappeared, Councillor, for a second, and we got you back for 3.4, which is the Parks Renewal.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had a phone call from a constituent. They always come first. So what I was interested in this report, and I did have an opportunity to talk to Director to Phil Christie today, and he knew the situation. So I'll just give a brief story of what happened. That we had a swing set at Clifford's Creek Park. It'd been pretty rusty for a long time. It's basically non-functional, and the city removed it. And had a couple residents asked me, when's the new swing set going in? I asked Director Christie. He said it wasn't being replaced for 5 years, which to me, it's hard for me to really understand. The swing set, it's not like it's inexpensive, but it's not exactly a big ticket item. And I know Parks Renewal has been a long-standing issue of wanting to see our parks updated, and AODA has sort of called for that as well. So I'm just curious about and my conversation, and I'll I can let Mr. Christie speak as well. It makes sense. He said we don't really replace a single piece of equipment. We try to replace all of them at once, which I can appreciate. But I'm just wondering if basically this is a budget issue. We could redo all our parks with an unlimited budget, of course. So I'm curious how we move up that 5-year plan to maybe a 3-year plan and still make caveats for replacing equipment that's no longer functional. It doesn't really seem fair to remove a swing set for 5 years just because the rest of the playground isn't due for an update. That park in particular, Clifford's Creek, is right next to the new YWCA shelter. And 5 years is just a long time. I mean, that's half of the sort of time you would use a swing set. You know, a kid who's 2 years old isn't really going to get to use a swing set in this neighborhood park just because in my opinion, it's not arbitrary or anything like that, but because of sort of a bureaucratic decision. So maybe Mr. Christie could fill in the current sort of logic of how we do things, and then we could look at amending perhaps this budget to speed things up if possible.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So it is a difficult situation that we find ourselves in. You know, when we presented to the Budget Standing Committee a few weeks back, we shared with the committee that many of our play assets are in dire shape, and they do need to be addressed. When we find ourselves having to repair the same asset over and over and over again, and then eventually it fails, we really have no choice but to remove it. Just for health and safety reasons. The reason that we don't address them as individual assets is because when we replace, for example, just a swing set, you know, we made a commitment to the Accessibility Committee, and we made a commitment to Council that when we replace assets, they will be accessible. They will have, you know, basically we set ourselves up for a new standard, and you know, it puts us in a difficult spot now because we do find ourselves needing to replace these individual assets. So we put in a new swing. It won't have the rubber surface, and therefore it won't be accessible. In 5 years' time, or maybe less, we will have to replace the entire playground anyway. So you know, it is a bit of an unknown. Our best estimate right now is that we can come back to that park in 5 years. And the reason for that is that there are at least 35 other playgrounds that are in worse shape than Clifford's Creek playground. So certainly if council approves our capital budget request and we are able to secure additional funds, our hope, and we're hopeful and confident that we can realize some economies of scale, and that a larger pot of budget dollars will allow us to address more assets than ever before. And depending on you know, volume pricing and bulk work pricing and efficiencies, maybe we can address these other assets in a more timely manner and not necessarily wait until the 5 years that we had projected. So our projections are based on, you know, moderate to worst case scenarios. So we'd like to be able to see where additional funding lands us, and where and how it enables us to maybe address these issues quicker than the 5 years that we've noted here. So, I mean, the last thing we want to do is take away assets, but when it's not safe, and we have to do it. I hope that answers the question, Councillor.
Yeah, I think having not actually proposed any amendments, I think my proposal would be to increase the Parks Renewal draft the line item there in the draft capital budget. And I'm not saying it has to be for that swing set at Clifford Creek Park, but I think we should be speeding up. I mean, we are funding, you know, things that are really luxury items, not to get into it too much, but things like theaters and airports and hockey arenas for OHL teams, which are great things to have, and I'm happy to have them. But parks is a core thing we're supposed to be delivering, and if we can't even replace the swing set in 5 years, I think we're failing. So I'd like to see us increase the funding, and I'll leave it, I suppose, to people who know more about the budget than me, how that would look.
So what'll happen is, and I don't think you're incorrect. I think this is a great example of fighting for an asset in your ward, and this is what we do at budget time. So I think it's a good demonstration of how we build this forward. So I think I'll look to I don't know if Director Christine Douglas is on here, but can we leave the amount, but at the budget time during the draft capital budget, is that where we would discuss the actual movement of replacing assets?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with regard to this particular request, and it's kind of following along some of the conversation that we did have at the Budget Standing Committee with regards to the renewal of park assets. And this is, as Director Christie has indicated, this is a substantial increase in our parks renewal plan and the dollars that we spend on this particular asset category. And I think that, you know, looking at all of the asset categories that we have across the city and the fact that the city is, you know, developing or receiving our first asset management or our updated asset management plan for our core assets, I think it's important for us to see the entire picture. So, Mr. Mayor, the discussion about having an increase to the budget for park renewal assets, I think it might be important for council to see what this impact does to the city's entire capital program for 2022. And then at that time, they perhaps may want to make different decisions. But I think really getting the entire picture is really important.
I appreciate that, Director Douglas. And I guess where I'm going with this is that it would be at the capital budget stage that Councillor Miller would look at a project like this within the envelope that staff are looking at, and we get into the discussion about, you know, where these asset renewals are taking place. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, because staff develops the capital budget based on the priority, looking at all of the assets within that particular park envelope, and they look at the assets that are scheduled to come on, and then if the council would like to make alterations, that would definitely be done at the time the capital budget is in front of them.
And when do you anticipate the capital budget coming to, is it October?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe the meeting is scheduled for October the 21st.
Okay, Mr. Miller, Councillor Miller, that's where your timeline would be for this. To the other three councillors who have their hands up, is there anything germane to this now that we've got this on this track for a budget discussion? Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a great presentation done by Eric Lamoth from Parks and Rec in regards to the needs of our playgrounds, from playgrounds, the tennis courts, the basketball courts, to coincide with that $1.5 million. I would suggest that council be presented with that same presentation so that those who are not on the Budget Standing Committee get a true picture of the needs of our outdoor facilities. So if we're going to refer this or defer this to the capital budget night, somewhere along the lines, I would like to see Eric Lamoth give us that presentation.
Okay, so the direction is we're approving the recommendation tonight, but what's happening is that at capital budget, the presentation from Mr. Lamoth would be forthcoming anyway. Like, to Director Christie, when did you see the park renewal plan coming in front of council?
The park renewal plan that was presented to the Budget Standing Committee, Mayor?
Yes.
We can make it as part of the capital budget presentations if you'd like, or we can do it sooner than that.
Oh, CA Oaks?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one of the things that I had discussed with council previously was looking at the capital budget program. And one of the learnings that we had last year in capital budget was making sure that our program is aligned with council's strategic objectives. And we're hoping this year through the capital budget process, we'll be able to bring this, you know, we just heard tonight from Aquatic strategy, there's a lot of capital, we have fire halls and a lot of different priorities that need to be addressed. So the idea through the capital budget process will be bringing all of those together in a bit of a comprehensive fashion. So you'll see elements of all of these presentations interwoven through the capital process this year, hopefully.
Okay. All right, Councillor Littleton, anything to add?
Just had I guess I was just confused why like I understand Councillor Miller pulled it, but it was already going to budgets, right? So I'm just confused procedurally. Do we have to approve the motion and then, because it's already going to budget, right?
Yeah, so what's going to budget is the 1.5 is being recommended to be included in the draft capital budget. As part of the draft capital budget, there will then be a decision about the parks renewal, and the strategy that's being presented by Mr. Lamont will be presented at the capital budget. And then that's at that point, the councillors can say, well, what about this? I think this playground, explain why this, and then could we add this? And that's where those more detailed discussions will take place. So this allows staff to build the 1.5 into their capital budget right now. Okay. So here we go. So if no one's opposed to this, we got a seconder. Councillor Miller's moved it, seconded by Councillor Phillips. And what we've heard again very clearly from council is to have this come back as part of the draft budget so that we can really look at the details of the parks plan and provide some input where required. Okay, to the clerk, turn over you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Siscoe.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton. Councillor Littleton, sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, if anyone has any notices of motion, please get them on the table for the next meeting. And report requests, we got one from Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the memorandum from Director Christie, I am requesting a report in regard to how the city can discuss collaborative approaches at a more detailed level to keep the Walker YMCA operational.
And
Continuation of that thread.
And when do you want the report back by? Just do you want to put that date in there at some point?
As soon as possible.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Councillor Williamson, all in favor of that report request? Opposed? It's carried. ABCs, we have a motion to receive and file the minutes of the ABCs, advisory committees of council. Motion to move the Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? That's carried. Reading of the bylaws. That the bylaws be listed on council agenda A through F be read a first time, considered and passed. They be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. Who wants to take a shot at that one? I got Councillor Siscoe, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. All in favor of the.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's to H, bylaws to H.
What'd I say?
I think you said F.
Ooh. At least I only said the letter F. Okay, all in favor? I could have said Frank. Now we got that the following additional bylaw, A, be read a first time, considered and passed, and that is to designate 2630 Ontario Street, City of St. Catharines under section 22(4) of the Ontario Heritage Act, one reading with respect to the designation, be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. Who wants to make this motion? Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor of that one? It's carried. Councillor Porter, you got your hand up?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I did have a notice of motion, and quickly, I just wanted to say it out loud just so council can think about it. It is it's just a simple request to the province and ask them to review and amend the Highway Traffic Act to adopt Vision Zero principles and consider reducing speed limits on all Ontario residential streets to like a maximum of 40 kilometers per hour. I know that they did change the Highway Traffic Act to allow some municipalities to reduce under 50, but I think it would be better if we move forward as a province. It sends a message to all drivers to reduce their speed limit. And so I'm going to be bringing that forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Porter. I think your bandwidth is going at about 30 kilometers an hour right now. Okay. A motion to adjourn. Who wants to make the motion to adjourn? Councillor Miller's got his hand up quickly on that one. Councillor Councillor Kushner, and
Yeah.
Councillor
My work
Kushner, and
here
the
as
yellowest
deputy mayor is
t-shirt dress shirt I've seen. I thought for a minute Big Bird was in our meeting. It's just
Thank you.
all right. All in favor of adjournment? All right. I hope everyone has